Hello everyone, Ciantier here, continuing my Guild Wars Nightfall slow playthrough, where we're looking at lore and doing quests and analyzing game design and all those good things. Today, we are continuing on Imrahil Argentum, because Gerudo Senso has managed to get himself into Ilona last time, but it's time for Imrahil to make some serious progress and to do a bunch of questing and all sorts of good stuff like that. But maybe also to close my bags. Okay, when last we left our hero, we had just assaulted Gandhara. That had gone extremely poorly. And now we found ourselves hunted. We talked to Zudish Djarin over there about things. Specifically, do you have any suggestions for what we can do? It's not really discussed yet, but he has some greater significance. And he told us, you know what, go talk to Elder Jonah and Ronjok. Be their problem, not my problem. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go talk to Elder Jonah and Ronjok, and I kind of want to see where the next hero skill trainer is. So I'm actually going to take a second to look up hero skill trainer. Nightfall has... Okay, there is one that we'll be getting access to soon. There's not a ton of them. Yeah, not a ton of them. Okay, we'll definitely need... We have some outposts we'll definitely need to make sure we get to. Okay, let's go back to the thing that I had previously, which is a list of Nightfall quests up on my wiki. Okay, what are we doing with heroes right now? Working on leveling our monks, I suppose. Let's just grab some henchmen. Odora is pretty good. I like having Eve around. We don't need Menlo. I've been using Sogalon some. Let's keep using him. And let's bring Sin, maybe? No, let's bring Herda. I think I like Herda's bar a little bit better for a one-off. Sin is a Searing Flame Elementalist, which would be real cool on Gerudo Senso, where we have Acolyte Sasuke, and I may eventually get Searing Flames going on him. So that way we can have some nice Searing Flame buddy action, which is good times. But for now, that is not our concern over here. Our concern is making our way to the Marga Coast and getting materials for max level armor. Yeah, we have favor right now. That's cool. Okay, Wandering Priest, what's up? Melandru be praised, I'm glad you're here. Whatever's happening in Kourna has disturbed several large insect hives across the countryside. Now those creatures are everywhere. Melandru herself will provide you with her blessing for this service. Would you care to join in the fight to cleanse the land of insects? So something that I'm realizing, we reread a bunch of these descriptions on Gerudo. Hey Fear, good to see ya. How you doing, buddy? We read a bunch of these descriptions on Gerudo as I was kind of wandering around capturing skills. And I'm now reflecting on the fact that I think they're all talking about the gods. So insects for Melandru, Cornons for Grenth. There's something that was for Balthazar. That's something to keep an eye out for. Clearly, Melandru herself sent me to help you with this insect problem. Yes, yes. So now we head towards Ronjok. There's going to be a little bit of overlap with last time. There's always going to be a little bit of overlap when I go between characters. There are differences in the paths, but they're not, like, that many. One of the things, though, that we will be seeing as a big difference is this guy's going to be doing a lot of side questing. Right here, around here, I'm pretty sure. So there's a lot of side quests to do. Sogalon, stop dying. Remember, there's nothing to fear. Oh yeah, I should have these panels open. I forgot, and then I remembered. I'll probably be switching heroes around some as they get to level 20. I just want to level them up. I mean, that's what the shout is, right? I didn't name it. But I was thinking about that as well. Indeed, there is a joke with your name in there somewhere. I'm not quite sure what it is, though. No. My adrenaline ran out. However will I bleed people? Okay. Well, let's enjoy my ability to heal people with my signet. This is going to be different than things with Gyuru, though, just because the heroes we have access to are different. And the skills we have access to are really different. That's something that I think is really cool. On Gyuru do Senso, I have, like, actual healing prayers. This character does not have much in the way of healing prayers. It's like, and that's the thing, right? The league idea here, the Skill Booster League, was made to do this sort of thing, of making it play out differently. And I'm really excited to see that it is doing just that. It is making things play differently. For different characters. And I think that's cool, and I'm glad for that. Okay, but like... Okay, Uriah Zeal. One thing that I really like about Paragon is the name scheme for chants. And Echoes too. The Echoes tell you what their functionality is. Finales activate when a shout or chant ends, and refrains renew themselves when a shout or chant ends. But the chants all have... Oh, I did not realize these were graves here. All have these really, like... It has this name scheme that tells you exactly what the... Wow, there's a lot of graves here. Exactly what it triggers off of. So, songs trigger off of any skill. Anthems trigger off of attack skills. Arias trigger off of spells. Lyrics, I think, trigger off of sickness. Ballads trigger off taking damage, but there's only the one. Ballad of Restoration. And I think there's another couple that I can't show you because this character's not got them. But, like, Hexbreaker Aria right here triggers off of spells. And if man, I bought a lot of Sickness of Capture. These anthems both trigger off of attack skills, for example. So it's just something that's this really cool, like, naming scheme thing. There's also one for triggering off of, let's see, lyrics trigger off of signets. There's one for triggering off of, I think it's choruses trigger off of shouts. Shouts and chants, specifically. Anyway, I just find it really neat that they've, like, done this careful, precise thing with naming stuff. Like, oh, okay, this works off of that. And I really like that design. Thankfully, this guy's non-max armor is 65 armor level, so it's not like I'm working off of... Like, I'm kind of a slightly weaker ranger. I guess I'm a caster with a defensive staff mod or whatever, but... I have a shield. The shield... So this is one of those things where it's like... There's lots of little things that are actually coming together to make my character more durable than they might look at first blush. And I have a shield, and that adds a bunch of armor. The naming definitely is something that I really like. Triggering off of specific things does encourage you to build around those specific things, which can make things interesting. For sure. Talcor, you got a level in there. The only issue that I would take with the chance is that them affecting the entire party like they do makes it causes some other stuff, but I can see an argument that they're a bit too similar. Also, welcome, Juice Toast. I personally really like the sort of overlap that they have going. Herdsman Zakanu here says, Elder Jonah, surely you see how much of a crisis this will become if ignored. I hear your concerns, Herdsman Zakanu, but my hands are tied. Elder Jonah, it is your duty to protect us. Why have you not pressed this issue with the captain of the garrison? I have appealed to the garrison many times on this issue, only to be rebuffed each time. What more can I do? Take this matter straight to the capital, to the war marshal herself if you must. These ruffians must be stopped, or it will be the death of us all. Am I the only one who sees this? How will we feed our children when there's no meat left? Soon the garrison will have taken it all. The soldiers seem to be far hungrier as of late, or perhaps there's something else in that garrison with a powerful hunger for meat. I have implored the local captain to have mercy on us, but to no avail. Grazing in the shadow of the fort only makes them easy targets. Moving them out of sight may take them off the minds of the soldiers. Can your Sunspears help us? I think this is spawning a little bit too early. Hey, Salty Grease. Good to see ya. Doing well so far. Looking forward to doing a bunch of questing. Yeah, I think this dialogue is triggering a little bit too early. I don't believe I've seen you around here before. Was there something you needed? If not, please move along, would you? I'm a very busy man. No time to gallivant around the countryside looking for adventure, like some. Yeah, I get the idea. Hello, Elder Jonah. So eventually, like I said, I think this should trigger after we've set up the outpost over here. But anyway, he's talking about an issue where there's a bunch of cattle that they have. I don't know. That's not how you move this map. Somewhere over in these general areas, and it's creating problems. Anyway, Elder Jonah says, Welcome to Ronjock, traveler. You must be here for a reason, because this place isn't exactly a popular tourist attraction, with all the Kourna militia nearby. Hunted. So, you are the Sunspears who challenged Varish. I'm not surprised Zuda fobbed you off on me. Zuda? Do you mean Zudash? Did you forget an S? Perhaps. Probably. Typos happen. I'm not surprised Zudash fobbed you off on me. He's been bitter about Sunspears for years. But I'm afraid you cannot stay here either. I put my village at risk simply by talking to you. Unless... Yes, I think I know the perfect place. There are some caverns behind the village. They were part of a temple complex once, and flowed with sweet water, but they've since become overrun with vile creatures. Cleanse that place of its current inhabitants, and it will serve as a sanctuary for your group. Dr. Guardsman Bossy, he will direct you on your way. Sounds good. So the dialogue will happen, but the quest is not yet available. That's very interesting. Hello, Dreamer Hala. What you got? What you got going on? I am the Dreamer of Ronjock. From birth, I have been trained to see into the secrets and darkness that exist within our minds while we sleep. Portents and prophecies are for fools and madmen. Your dreams tell you more than you know. I wonder how many quests there will be here. I've definitely not done all of them. Janira. Who are you? Hi, Imrahil Argentum. I am Janira, the village healer. What I know of the healing arts I learned from my mother and honed through experience. Mostly, I assist with childbirth and minor illness, but should the horrors of battle invade our village, I give you my word I will do all I can to help. Well, that's good to know. What sort of weapons do you make? Oh, this guy just straight up crafts some 15/50 gear. That's cool. Oh yeah, these shields are going to be some I'm going to want eventually. Yeah, that's one of the things I was talking about earlier in terms of armor. I have a shield here, and it gives me an additional 7 armor. So it makes me more durable to be able to have a shield. So like, there's a couple of things going to help make me more durable at this relative armor point. I don't know how I want to describe this, than I was on Gerudo Senso. Because, like, Gerudo Senso is at 55 armor. This guy is at 60 armor because his maximum, or 65 because his maximum is 80, plus an additional 7 from that. So I'm actually running at like 72 armor, which is roughly equivalent to where Gyurudo is baseline. So I'm just a lot more defensible. Hello, Chuno. I am in charge of defending and securing this village. You think you can do a better job? Well, I will be on my way then. Let's go get ourselves a lovely little home, shall we? Maybe little's not an accurate term. Hello, Guardsman Bossy. Are you bossy? Tread carefully. As Elder Jonah always says, we have more to lose than our hides if we don't do what is right. Remember to keep hydrated, folks. Especially if it's hot out there. I don't know if any of you are in the southern hemisphere, but here in the northern hemisphere, it's been a little warm lately. Okay, what do we got going on, Bladed Velt? Yeah, we just got Bladed Velt going on. I don't know. I'm not expecting anything special off of that. But we need to take them out from all of these various pools. Yeah, use Frenzy. Like the fools you are. What order does it direct me to these in? I wonder. I want more leadership. I want an adrenaline shout or chant, quite frankly. That's one of the things that's really limiting on Paragons from a build standpoint, is you really want your adrenaline shouts or chants in order to be able to make better use out of leadership. It's just how it's designed, right? And the consequence of that is that you kind of end up using a smaller, like you always have one of these smaller pools of skills on your bar. It's kind of like what happens with Elementalist when you want Overcast. It's like, okay, these are the skills that cause Overcast. If you want to be using Overcast, you're bringing them, sort of thing. It's not quite as full in terms of complications as that system is, but there's a lot of similarities, I guess, is the best way to kind of phrase that. Give me that chitin. Ooh, 202 gold points. If I had brought some Sickness of Capture, that guy would be somebody I could capture some skills off of. But he shows up elsewhere. There's other places to go for that boss. I kind of want to wait until I actually get the quest for Sickness of Capture to start actually capturing stuff. I think? I don't know. I'm not sure when that quest is. Actually. Give me these coins. So what we're doing is we're killing the bugs off these pools, which is purifying them. It doesn't purify the middle one because that one needs to be purified in a cutscene with Milani, but anyway. Yeah, 25 gold. Yes, I did buy I have a bajillion Sickness of Capture. I just completely blanked on actually bringing one with me into this for some reason. There's somewhere there's a quest to get them and to learn about them. But I definitely want to be putting some time towards capturing stuff off of both Mesmers and... Hey, there we go, cutscene.
Praise Melandru. The purity of the water is restored. And with it, we gain a base of operations.
A place to rest.
A place to plan.
A place from which to strike back against Varish.
General Morgan.
General Bale, how goes the search for survivors?
Those traitorous Sunspear dogs are scattered across Kourna. We are picking them off one by one.
Do you need any reinforcements from Jahai?
Reinforcements? They are broken. No threat at all.
No threat. I have always found the Sunspears to be very resourceful.
Don't worry, General. They have no place to hide unless the ground itself swallows them up.
Hey, Clean Star. Good to see you. Welcome. Okay, let's go turn in my quest for my quest reward. This place isn't a palace, but at least we're safely hidden from Varish's forces. We have set up a command post in the northern end where you can confer with your allies. With all of the events of the past few days, Cormyr missing and now being hunted by the Cornins, we'll need a strong new leader to guide us. It is only natural that you have ascended to this position. We must tend to the wounded now, but I've heard Narashi has returned with word of Koss's fate. So much to do. I have good news and bad news. The good news is that Narashi found Koss. Unfortunately, he's been taken prisoner by the Cornins. We need to get him back. He had made a deal with a friendly Corsair captain, Margaret the Sly, and we need her ship to get our wounded back to Istan. That means we need Koss. Go, meet Narashi and Archjock Ward, and devise a plan for breaking Koss out. Well, anything for Koss. What else you got here? The command post. Though we are battered, we are not broken, so long as we have you to lead us. At the back of the Sunspear Sanctuary is an area called the command post. This is where you can meet with your squad to discuss battle tactics and strategies. And it also links to underground passages to other areas of Kourna, so we can move about undetected by Varish. Dunkoro is waiting in the command post, and no doubt he has some plans on how we should proceed. Our own secret hideout? Cool. I'm so there. You feel like you should hear a soundboard sitcom noise after that guy says, unless the ground itself swallows them up. Because, well, that's what happened. Yeah, I know, right? Let's allocate some attribute point. Okay, never mind. I was going to say let's allocate some attribute points, but that ain't happening with that. How much experience do I need? 4,511 experience points to the next level. I am a Sunspear commander, so that's good. I'm going to slightly modify my bar. I'm going to drop that off of it. And I'm going to drop that off of it. And I'm just going to slot some signets of capture in, because... Okay, never mind. I guess I'm not bringing There's Nothing to Fear, because... yeah, that's because I don't have this PvE skill space for that. Let's just bring Zealous Anthem then, I guess. Sure, why not? So I do want to capture a bunch of skills. There's also a bunch of quests to grab. We do need to get Koss. Hey, Dunkoro, what's up? You know what I've said about sticking to the plan? When the situation changes, get a new plan. I mean, yes, that's what you need to do. To stand a chance against Varish's forces, we have to regain our strength. That means rescuing our Sunspear brothers and sisters scattered throughout hostile territory. Narashi, our scout, has discovered a small company of Cornin guards escorting a band of captured Sunspears. So here's the plan. We ambush these guards before they reach the sunward marches and rescue our captured brethren. If we wait, there'll be too many to fight. As it is, we'll be outnumbered, but we are Sunspears. We can handle it. So, that's the new plan. Hit them fast and hard. Let's get moving. I love it when a plan comes together. Building the base Prisoners of War. Okay, so... There is that, yes. But we're going to go this way first. There's a bunch, and I mean a bunch, of skills that I'm probably going to be wanting to capture in these general areas. And I happen to know from memory that Archjock Ward has some enemies that I want to go get skills off of. I was just looking around for the priest, but I think they're over there. Yeah. Hello, Narashi. We must move carefully. There are Kourna patrols everywhere. The Great Escape. Koss and several others are being held in the garrison to the east. Their captor is an arrogant Kourna commander named Kube. I am sure if you take out Kube's signal scout patrols, you'll be able to lure him from his lair to deal with him face to face. Follow my directions, and you should be able to take them out without alerting the others. Alright, well, let's go. Up this hill to talk to the priest. Let's see. Yeah, off that way is the Rage of the Tuka warrior boss. It is said Varish Asa has turned her back on the 5 true gods, but you could inspire the people of Kourna to remember the ideals of Ilona and the Sunspears. I offer the blessing of the gods to you if you would help destroy the hostile plants causing so much trouble in the area. This will show the people of Kourna the Sunspears still have a strong leader. I accept your blessing and will do my best in the service of the 5. So this is just more general talking about the 5 gods, so it's not talking about specific one like some of the others. I just make note of it. Yeah, so down in this area, specifically, there's a Paragon boss that I think has Cruel Spear, which would not be a bad pickup. I think there might be the Crippling Anguish Mesmer boss not long after. I do want Crippling Anguish on this character, so I don't know why I just did that. Okay, give me that. Thank you. I may need to make a couple of runs out this direction, though, just to be able to capture from everything that I want to capture. You certainly use a lot more sickness of capture when you're capturing ordinary skills, like acquiring your ordinary skills by capturing them. It will be easier to get to this area from Yolan Haven than from the Sunspear Sanctuary, though, for whatever that's worth. Ah, the good old Stoning Ebonhawk combo. I believe that our stalwart elementalist Odura is using that combo. I wonder how much of the damage dealt to that was from Barbed Spear's bleed. 19 seconds of bleeding is no joke. That adds up. That's 6 damage per second for 19 seconds. So what would that be? Like 100 and some odd damage if it goes the full duration? Is that right? I mean, I'm just doing quick mental math, not really thinking about it. Well, I guess I can do 20 times 6, which is 120 minus 6, so 114? Yeah. Like 114 damage from the full amount of the bleed duration. Okay, Wandering Priest, what you got for me? You have been an outlaw here in Kourna, Sunspear. If you would show yourself a true friend of the Kournan people, you might rally their support. My current duty is to provide the gods' blessing to those who keep Kourna safe by hunting beasts, such as the Ntuka and the Howler. If you want to prove yourself, aid us in protecting these people. I mean, that's true. Those Mandragora that were using Stoneflesh? Yeah, whatever. The damage reduction enchantment weren't taking a whole lot of damage, so maybe they were. I mean, that's the thing with bleed, right? Is like this represents a lot of damage, but it takes a very long time for that damage to happen. Kourna and Istan should ever be allies. I will take your blessing and protect Kourna. Hooray. I do want to kind of go down this way because I want to make sure I intercept that Paragon boss because I want more skills. Okay, well. Did we... Okay, we've over-aggroed like crazy here. The good news is we're right next to a Resurrection Shrine. The bad news is we might need it. I should be using that. Helps Jin do things. Ow, ow, ow. Well, that didn't work out too well. Too many Mandragore. Too many Mandragore, I say. Well, I appreciate the renew life. Well, she got it off. I'll give her that. Well, I tried to heal her. I failed. We are slowly whittling away their numbers. But, yeah, we're probably wiping here. Okay, that Mandragore Slither is down. I mean, we're making a real good last stand here, but, it's only a matter of time. Yeah, that's definitely one of the things that can be really a huge problem with Mandragore is they do tend to be pop-up groups, which can make it rather dangerous. And suddenly you find yourself in the midst of a huge group of enemies you didn't even know was there. Or like you see a group of enemies and then you get ambushed by a bunch more. That's one of the issues with pop-up enemies, obviously. Is they can quite nastily do that to you. Yeah, it is very hard to avoid. I agree. Well, you can start degenning. So can you. Yeah, these guys don't take very much damage. Until they do. Once their enchantment wears off, as long as we can keep it off, they go down pretty quickly. Thank you for the delicious question mark Mandragore root. Where's Ishao? Somewhere around here. Glad to have more armor than other characters, but okay, well, yeah, this is Ishao. Ishao long spear. Yeah, and this is the exact thing that we're talking about, right? Like, this group just popped up. Say hello. One of the things that's going on here, too, is the Ebonhawk stoning combo is committing a lot of acts of knockdown. Which is really not helping anything. I just want to go capture skills off of Isha. Is that too much to ask? Or Ishao, whatever. Well, I definitely want to try to spam Area on recharge. It helps a lot with energy, I think. Presumably. I mean, it's meant to, anyway. Okay, well. This death penalty's not great, but... Let's get this Velt Beetle Queen out. Out of here. The vicious attack. It's not exactly what I'm looking for. That guy's got a lot of energy-based attacks. I don't really want energy-based attacks, though. My energy is tight enough as it is without something like Go for the Eyes. We'll see how many skills this guy has. This will probably bump me. It'll bump me up a lot. Okay, Anthem of Envy is definitely a skill that I want. Cruel Spear is a skill that I want. Okay, then that got me up to maximum level. Without wanting to step on anyone's toes, I see. I'm not familiar with what was covered in that. Do I want either of these? Vicious Attack is got its uses, particularly once I go for the eyes. I don't think I'm going to capture it just yet. Yeah, I'm just going to hang on to Cruel Spear for the moment. There's Mesmer Boss, so I'm going to capture something off of it, I suppose. Anthem of Envy is really nice, and I like having it, but it is command, so I don't really get much benefit from it at the moment. I mean, I might as well use it. It's free energy. Yeah, Muddy Dark Flower down there. This is probably going to be slightly ugly, but whatever. Okay, so those guys went down without too much trouble. I'll pick up that Sentient Spore. Any particularly interesting highlights you want to share at all, Fear, or just something to catch up on later? Wait, nope, that's not the boss I was thinking it was. Sin would probably do more damage. I am in part bringing her for Blood Ritual. Where was the boss that I was thinking of? There is a Mesmer boss around here somewhere. Isn't there? Or am I just crazy? I'm sure she does other things too. She does some damage with her lifesteal skill. Yeah, that one. Give me that Mandragora root. Why was I thinking? Whatever, I'll have to look at the wiki in a bit. It's nice to be max level at least. A bit unceremoniously, but oh yeah, that also erased all of my death penalties, so that's nice. Well, I really wish Wild Throw was an energy skill. That'd be nice. Hello, Spotter. Okay, I want to focus on taking this priest down. Okay, maybe the attack one would be more immediately useful. Yeah, give me that tunic. Let's start doing some salvages. Okay, I need more of that type of kit. 'Cause I do need more iron ingots. I can trade in some battle combinations for it in a moment, or in a bit, in a something. Good old healing seed doing work. Disrupting chop. I don't want you to disrupting chop me. Okay, just getting all my chance disrupting chopped here. Acolyte didn't knock that guy down. That's great. I enjoy that. The temptation here is to try to use one of my attack skills. The one that I need to make sure I keep up is, yeah. I want to get to wild throw against those rangers. I'm just gonna precast this. Cast is the right word, even. How much am I getting? Plus 10's not nothing. And it's only against enemies with more than 50% HP, though. Keep in mind. Like that guy. That does the bonus damage. Get out of here, random priest. I feel like somebody leveled up. Ah, must be her. Okay, and that opens the doors here to Commander Kubet's group. Maybe I should have captured another skill off Isha. Okay, I'm just really curious. Actually, no. Let's go to a Nightfall Elite skill list. Yeah, during side quests, I know. Archjock Ward. Yeah, okay, it must be a different area that I'm thinking of. Huh. Oh. Well, I definitely have a character that's going to want that. Why was I'm scanning through a list of elite skill stuff. Locations. Yeah, there's extend conditions there. What was I thinking? Oh, it must be from the Sunward Marches boss that I'm thinking. I don't know. There is a boss in Sunward Marches that has Crippling Anguish, which is a skill that I do want to be capturing. So, for some reason, I thought the boss was over here, but it's not. It's like a different boss entirely. So, oh well. Now it's the hour of our discontent? I don't know. Of getting interrupted way too freaking much. Also, Commander Kuba, you hurt. I don't suppose you'll let me get this wild throw off, will you? Would that be too convenient? Too convenient for me. Let's get this spotter out of here. Couple more bowmen. Look, I just need to build up enough adrenaline to be able to hit you guys through your... Or wild throw you. Oh, whatever. Problem solved. That's what matters. Where were these gold coins? Let me pick those up. Hey, Sunspear refugees. Okay, you don't say anything. This is just a thing that he says for after we talk to him. Took you long enough. I was getting tired of that Kuba fellow. About near chewed through my shackles so I could shut him up myself. Things definitely went south at Gandara, didn't they? So, you found a place to hole up while I was the guest of these Kournans? Good, good. We're going to see what supplies we can find in this garrison, and then pay my Corsair friend a visit. I'll meet you back at the command post. Yep. Yeah, and then this dialogue makes sense here where he says, I'll meet you back at the command post in a flash. I have a few things to take care of before then. Indeed. Indeed you do. A few I'm not ready to join your party randomly things. Or I can't join your party randomly? Perhaps it's more accurate. I don't know. Koss knows what's up. Alright, now I can go get Pogon's Passage, which is good. Got a bunch of capping to do. Skill capping. Isn't there like a Lulu or something? If I remember correctly. Whatever, I'll look at that in a bit. A rare scroll trader. Hello, Kahan. Enough for your friend. What? How am I supposed to respond to that statement? Is what hot enough for me? Hello, Benchu. The difference between victory and defeat is a solid plan. Gandara is a major Kournan stronghold, and we're barely holding on here. We'll need more help soon, or this will get very bad. I speak only truths. Listen closely. I'll tell you exactly what you want to hear. Netumba. There's a portal to Gandara, the moon fortress over there. Koss and I go way back. How's the old scalawag doing? You know, scalawagging. What a weird phrase, scalawag. Well, since that's kind of the elite skill I have, I'm going to hang on to it for the moment. Okay, let's grab those. Let's see. Dejarin Estate has... Scrolling. Yeah. Corporal Lulu. Ooh. with a couple of very good skills. Yes. Okay, we're gonna go this way. We have some skill capping to do, and also an outpost to go get. To the north. Far to the north. Hogan the Unpredictable. Don't you worry, I won't bite. My friends call me Hogan. Would you like to call me Hogan? I.e., would you like to be my friend? That is the question implied by that. Have you heard of the Hecate? They're rampaging everywhere, completely unchecked. Grenth himself doesn't have the patience to deal with these monsters, but he will provide his blessing to those who do. Okay, so they're not doing some sort of like balanced talking about each of the deities sort of thing going on here. Lulu is in front of that structure over there. So that's where we're going. Yes. These things can be pretty dangerous. There we go. Give it a good smacking. I feel like they have a paragon at like a lot of these outposts. I don't suppose you could choose not to use the interrupt skill. Could you? Yeah. I need some better gear as well. It doesn't help that all my stuff is kind of mediocre. But frankly, a lot of that requires more funds or requires me to like interact with some collectors. I am a priest of Grenth. Death is my ally. But the souls of those slain by the Kournan army go not to Grenth. They go elsewhere. The Kournan military venerates some dark power, and her men do service to that force. They must be cleansed. Send the Kournan military to Grenth, and he will reward you with his blessing. Okay, Lulu should be somewhere in front of this thing. Yeah, there's Corporal Lulu. Well, I pronounce it Lulu. It could be like Lula, Lala. There's no particular way that things have to be pronounced in English because it's a silly language. Full of oddities. That was very even, the damage that was dealt to them. Well, you can see one of the skills I can capture right off the bat. Stand your ground. I don't care for Mighty Throw. I'm pretty sure I could get it off of a Hero Skill Trainer as well if I really wanted it. The Corsair ranks are kind of funny. They're Corsair Admirals who are normal mobs, and here Corporal's the boss. This is not a Corsair, though. This is a Kournan. But there certainly are some weird mobs among the Corsairs. Oh good, a Kournan pendant. Aha! Now I have another elite Coterie Signet. I don't use this skill very often, like ever. Pure's Li Ming is just feels like it's a better skill than me. There's Colonel Custo? Oh, that's a Colonel Custard reference, isn't it? Well, command has really been fleshed out by all of this stuff. I don't really have a reason to interact with the Avatar of Dwayne over there. I do want to make my way over to the other side, because I want to get to Hojanu. There's a boss out that direction that I do want to capture off of. That is a Corsair. Well, have a very weak stand your ground. Why isn't there a Paragon skill that's like the next time each ally in earshot would take damage, that damage is reduced by X%? That feels like a thing that should exist. Yeah, as far as I know, it doesn't. I mean, I wasn't meaning to fight this guy, but I'll take his 212 gold coins split across my entire party. Sure, why not? I do at some point want to make my way up to Codnir Crossroads as well, but that's not an immediate priority by any means. This skill, by the way, Never Surrender, is part of why people like to use texture mods for lines to indicate what 50% or 75% health are. 50% is useful for Word of Healing and Zealous Benediction. And 75% is useful for knowing when Never Surrender is going to work. So people will like mod the health bar textures to give little markers for like 75 and 50. Be a nice thing to have built in, but yeah, it's not happening. Well, even a fairly short stand your ground helps a little bit there. Give me this tunic. What's my inventory doing? It's doing all right. It's holding out. I want to dodge those. The camp is just over this way, so. Oh boy, we're going to fight some Hecate. I don't know why I used Never Surrender there. It was clearly not going to do anything. Yeah, there's a lot that I'd want for motivation to make it a little bit better. So much of it, as was discussed previously, feels like it was like kind of nerfed to oblivion for PvP and never properly split once the splitting was introduced. Paragon could be, like, motivation in particular could just be a lot better. Command is super split between PvE and PvP, but for some reason motivation just isn't. And I don't know why. What do you got going on, Dalsba? I'm getting so tired of all the whining little brats around here. I just need some Hecate tongues. They're great for scaring the girls. Is it my fault they get themselves into trouble going out to collect them for me? Hey, you look pretty strong. You could get some for me. If you give me 5 Hecate tongues, I'll even give you something in return. A pronged rod, a divine. Yeah, this is all like enchanted gear. Some ritual stuff I don't need. What an odd kid. I think this guy probably gives a Hecate bounty. Although I already have one, so. The Hecate are pretty nasty. Same kind of big update that Dervish and Ellie got would probably have been coming for Paragon at some point if they hadn't stopped updating the game. Yeah, I think Smiting Prayers was also on the docket for an update. It definitely needed one. Needs one, in my opinion. I'm not entirely happy with the Ellie update, but I at least appreciate... Like, it did do a lot to help Elementalist. I just don't necessarily like the overcast benefit play pattern for various reasons that I've talked about at length before. That can largely be summarized as I could make a spear. Yeah, these require inscriptions though. I'd rather craft stuff where I don't need inscriptions. But anyway, the updates can largely, or the frustration can largely be feel that it feels like Elementalist bars are very much so on rails, and there's not a whole lot of choices. There is a Paragon boss over here that I can go capture from. Maybe I should go do that now? Question mark. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I don't even know if I'm... Acolyte Jin. You need a couple more levels, my dear. But yeah, the big update to Dervish was really nice. Okay, just the same thing about Hecat's. I don't need to read that every single time. We're going over to this island for anybody who's wanting me to just point that out again, I guess. There's definitely going to be a lot more consistency here than in Factions. One of the big things about Factions henchmen, there's been Tar Heel has been watching through them and commenting. I guess I'll just say hello if you're watching this. But one of the things that was kind of brought up is like, oh, the henchman choices that you make here can, like, different stuff is good against the Jade Brotherhood versus the Ampha because they're removal. The Ampha have good is maybe a bit strong, but they have condition control, but not hex control, and it's the opposite case for the Jade Brotherhood. I was just like, one of the things that stood out to me while I was playing through Factions was that the henchmen that I had available to me kept changing in different areas. On the one hand, that's really cool, but on the other hand, each henchman has unique functionality, and that could sometimes make it really difficult to get access to the functionality that I needed in a specific area. Oh, excuse me, that was weird. There we go. Did I have... Yeah, actually, this is an 80 AL headpiece. Because those were... The reason why I was able to get an 80 armor level headpiece was because that used dust, and the other armor pieces that I wanted used steel and iron, of which I did not have anywhere near enough quantity. Though speaking of, I will salvage this Kourna pendant. Yeah, I need like 12 steel ingots or something. I could buy them from the rare material trader, but I think they're a bit... I can also acquire them by expert salvaging stuff that can contain steel. Come on, Corsair Lieutenant. But yeah, I wish the Paragon and the Smiting Prayers had been able to get those updates. Frankly, if you ask me, Necromancer also needs an update. Blood Magic in particular is... like, it's got some good stuff going on, but it's got a lot of, like, just junk. So in my opinion, blood magic could be a lot more interesting. There's just too many, like, redundant life-stealing skills. It's like... It's just so uninteresting, design-wise. Ooh, a gold doubloon. Yeah, here's Lieutenant Shagu, which is Crippling Anthem. I have no idea what else the guy has, because I've never looked for normal skills, but I know he's Crippling Anthem. I've come to capture off him enough time. Ooh, Disrupting Throw. That's kind of a spicy one. I would not be unhappy to pick that one up. Oh, Acolyte Jin leveled up. Actually, Acolyte Jin probably needs a new bow, now that I think about it. She's probably using utter garbage for bows. Oh, I've got a bunch of enchantments on me, that's not going to heal me. Yeah, what is Acolyte Jin using? Okay, maybe not utter garbage, but not very good. Yeah, here's the Corsair Admiral that you were talking about, just being a normal enemy. And then the Lieutenant is the boss. It does not make much sense. Okay, give me some skills. Playing Anthem. You know what? Disrupting Throw. And I'll get Harriers. I'm not sure how likely I am to use Harriers Toss. I like Harriers Toss a bit better on Ranger, where expertise can make it cheaper, but I don't know. Many men say they dream of me. Others pray for nightmares to give them some relief. Weird. What is that supposed to mean, Eve? Okay, whatever. We're not fighting stuff out here just yet. There might be some quests out that way in the Barbarous Shore, but that's something I'll look into later. Okay, for now I feel like I've done enough random capturing of skills. I'm going to switch over to command. I feel like I have enough command stuff that I kind of want to at this point. Yeah. Because I can use Crippling Anthem and Stand Your Ground. Or good Anthem of Envy. Let's grab Stand Your Ground. And some more Signets of Capture, because there's things to capture from everywhere. Okay, Lunai, let's speak with you. What's up? Nice work rescuing Koss and the other Sunspears. Koss checked with Margaret, and she'll have her boat ready for us. But while I was there, I heard news of more Sunspear evacuees. We have to rescue them. Talk to me when you're ready to proceed. We need to evacuate the wounded, but we'll never make it to the coast with everyone in the country against us. However, it seems not all Kournans are happy with Varish. If we can win over more of the populace, it will make the evacuation that much easier. The local priests may be able to help us with that. That's talking about getting Sunspear Bounty, I imagine. But to make all of this work, we'll need a new leader, and I think it should be you. Of course, you'll have to be able to command the respect of all Sunspears. Therefore, you must first achieve the rank of Sunspear General, or be one of the distinguished leaders Cormyr herself recruited from foreign lands. When you are ready, Koss will update you on the evacuation plans. I am honored by your confidence in me. Okay, and a hero shall lead them is the quest that requires you to get to General, which I'm more than halfway towards, depending upon how you count halfway. About halfway if you are talking about raw points needed from Commander to General, I guess? I'm not sure. Or be a foreign hero. This one is the one that I think of as people complaining about the grind on. Ooh, Dunkoro, though. Dunkoro leveled up. Okay, that means I'm going to, like, kick Dunkoro because I need to level somebody else. Because I need Koss, actually, let's level Koss. That also means that I'm going to drop probably... Yeah, it's easy enough if you're doing other stuff to get up there. Actually, you know what? It doesn't really matter right now. I'm going to go fast travel back to Sunspear Great Hall. Why? What quest do I have in the Sunspear Great Hall? Oh, it's just the fact that I can get higher level. I also have the assault on Becknu Harbor. Okay, well, whatever. I'm back here because I want to speak to a quartermaster. I want to speak to the other quartermaster. Give me an expert salvage kit, please. Thank you. I want to be able to expertly salvage things. Like this gold doubloon. It gave me 3 iron ingots. You never know. These things can give you rare materials. The fact that they're choosing not to doesn't mean that they can't. Okay, well, I'll at least pull the Vitae rune off of this. I can sell that for a decent bit, I think. Prismatic's not worth much, but it's worth more than these boots as well. Alright, whatever. I'll just normal salvage these boots. I don't even care. Why am I hanging onto the salient sword? Perplexing. I don't typically use stuff on my heroes like that. Oh, I can now go to other parts of the world, so that's cool. Okay, Rune Trader. Yeah. Give me that 25 gold for this prismatic. I don't know what I want on my headpiece. Why would I know what I want on my headpiece? Well, I know I want superior spear mastery on the spear mastery headpiece. At least I think I want one. I might. Wow, major vigor is like 10k. I might want a clarity on a different one. That's not a bad idea. I do like radiant. I'll not worry about this too much at the moment. I need to manage my funds a little. Okay, well, let's sell this random sword off to this guy over here. You have no dignity shields and then throws my clothes into the street? That's a weird line. Okay, so I need to just, I guess, adventure around and get more points and stuff. Let's work on some of these quests they've given me. Okay. Odora, Menlo, because I like Menlo. Eve and Herda. That seems good. Sagalon can take a break. That's cool. Okay. At some point I need to do this. This one's rough, though. Make your way to the intercept point with Dunkoro. Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this, like, the base building quests. There's probably a bunch of quests here that I can do, actually. Oh, yeah. Koss has some quests. Dunkoro has some quests. You can't just run off without a plan. Let me help you. I've been with Sunspears for years. I plan our strategies. Cormier executes them. Let me do the same for you. The foolhardy father. Not everyone is happy with us being here. In fact, most fear a reprisal from Varish and the Kournan military. Zudash Djarin, who apparently knows Koss, is currently in Yolon Haven and is blackmailing us now. It seems he owes some Corsairs quite a bit of gold. He wants us to pay his debt, or he'll rat us out to the Kournans. Koss means well, but some of the folks he associates with cause more problems than they're worth. What do you say we get this over with and wipe this Zudash fellow's debt clean? Sure. We'll take that quest. Hello, Milani. Melandru blesses my steps, but my heart belongs to Kourna. I am a dervish of the Sunspears. I know this land better than anyone. Those who threaten my country, like Varish Asa and her minions, shall regret doing so. Aha, old friend. I stand ready to assist you. I have the most dangerous weapons and the deadliest wit this side of Vabbi. And best of all, I am entirely genuine and modest, from the tips of my boots to my dashing good looks. You can always rely on me. A fool's luck. Great news. I bested Magunda, the rune trader, in a game of cards and won this debt collection ticket from him. He says it's worth 5 platinum. We must go to the Barber's Shore and find Ruthless Savad. He's the Corsair with the debt. I can't wait. This sure is my lucky day. We'll go, but you'd better share your earnings. Koss's Elixir. So, I was thinking that we could use a boost in fighting Varish. I know a herbalist in Yolon Haven who makes a great elixir of strength. I could really use a jolt of that wonderful juice, and to tell the truth, so could you. What do you say we seek out Makala and get some? My biceps could use some help. Let's go. I don't think I've ever done either of those quests. But for now, let's work on building the base prisoners of war. This is taking us out to the sunward marches, I believe. No, I didn't want to search for nothing. Sunward marches. I just want to see what bosses are in sunward marches. Okay, yeah, Urshim is out here. Where are you, Urshim? Yes. Crippling Anguish. Oh, you're just above Dashka Inlet. Okay, cool. Well, we can go drop by Dashka Inlet on our way there. Is this the guy who makes elite armor? The gal who makes elite armor, excuse me. No. No, it is not. I do eventually want the Sunspear armor off of her. I'm using the Istani stuff right now. But this character is a Sunspear, so this is why I need more iron and steel. I don't even have... Okay, yeah, I need, like, a lot more. I don't want to buy iron. How much is steel, though? Steel ingots at 240 gold are kind of pricey as well. I'd rather salvage them out of stuff, quite frankly. I can also just go to Consulate Docks. Like, that's an easy enough place to go get the stuff I need, but... Oh, I don't have Dunkoro with me. I can't do this quest. Okay, well, how do I want to proceed? Let's just go do Koss's Ruthless Savad thing. Yeah, I want to get Acolyte Jin up a level, I think. Okay, never mind these. We're not capturing anything here. Signal of Synergy is not doing anything. Why did I leave that on my bar? I mean, I know the answer to that question. It's just, like, habit, but... we can bring Anthem of Envy. I'm going to bring Harrier's Toss because I feel like it. And yeah, let's go ahead and bring our Resurrect. That's fine, too. I don't think... Well, you know what? Let's check Barbara Shore just to see if there's a Mesmer that I want to capture, would potentially want to capture off of out here. There is the Midshipman Morola. But has like Mind Rack. I don't really have any use for Simple Thievery. Simple Thievery is an interrupt that becomes a copy of the skill you interrupt. Simple Thievery, I guess, isn't terrible. Maybe I want to prepare for being able to capture it. I don't know. I'm not too excited by Simple Thievery. I'm not going to bother. Basically, what I want to do here is get enough experience points to get Acolyte Jinn up to level 20. Or Talcora. Either one, really. Because I want to be able to... Okay, where's this Blue Tongue Hecate? Yeah, okay, I definitely want a cheaper, quicker recharging 5 energy spill. Vicious would actually not be a bad idea. Maybe I should go capture that off of Isha. Why is this Blue Tongue around? Okay, well, whatever. This is working all right, though. It is a lot of energy, but I'm also just not using a ton of energy on my other stuff, so I see you over there, Koss, using all your energy on soldier strikes and swift chops. I wonder if I should try doing anything more complicated with them. I don't know. The thing is, I like to get them up to level 20 before I try doing anything too complicated. Feels like it makes them a bit more capable to have all of their attribute points. I don't like doing too much splitting of attribute points until I have like all of them and can do the splits that I'm used to. A bias, perhaps, but nevertheless there. Yeah, okay. Killing plants. I do like this particular map, Skybox in particular. That sentence continued awkwardly, but whatever. Hello, Ruthless Savad. I see you have a bunch of allies with you. So, pardon me as I walk on over to this wandering priest. What is Zudosh doing, trusting Corsairs? I mean, I work with Corsairs, but I know better. The Corsairs are even more hated in Kourna than the Sunspears. Stand against them, and you stand with the people of Kourna. Perhaps you might even win some of them over to your cause. Take Dwayna's blessing, and fight this common scourge. Okay, so this does call out Dwayna specifically here. I will stand with the people of Kourna against the scourge of the Corsairs. Ruthless? I assure you, it's only a nickname. I'm a gambler by trade, nothing more. If you're interested in making a wager, I'm your man. A fool's luck. A debt collection ticket? Interesting. Let's just open it up and see what's inside, shall we? It says here you've agreed to pay off Magunda's debts to me. Did he mention how much he owes? It's a sizable sum. The man doesn't know when to quit when he's behind, and he never ever manages to get ahead. You've clearly bitten off more than you can chew. I'm feeling extremely generous today, so I'll give you a choice. You can pay the 5 platinum he owes me, or you can work it off. The task is simple, but not one I care to perform personally. I want you to collect another debt. Wring the cash out of Jereb No Spine, and I'll consider Magunda's debt paid in full. What's it to be? You want 5 platinum? Outrageous. I'll collect the other debt. Koss, maybe you should have looked at the contents of that ticket. Find Jereb No Spine on the Barber Shore and inquire about his debt to Ruthless Savad. Well, apparently I chose the right direction. I just wanted to check out, like, the weapons crafter in here, but... No, inscription list stuff. I don't have any use for inscription list stuff. Because then I have to fill it with inscriptions. Why would I want to fill stuff with inscriptions when I can just craft stuff with the mod I want and built into it? They call me Jereb No Spine. Guess why? Savad sent you? Is he here? Look, I told him. I need more time. I'll get the money, I swear. It's just a matter of... please don't hurt me. I know the location of a rich old Corsair's loot, but it's protected by a beast he's tamed. My mom's been sick, and I've got to tend her every need, bless her heart. So I haven't had time to... Don't draw that weapon. I'm thinking, since you're not going to hurt me, right? Right? I'm thinking you could collect that loot for me. Here, I'll mark the spot on your map. Then you can take care of it for us both. All right. How do I get out of here in a way that's conducive to where I'm going? Guess maybe over here. Give me this gold doubloon. I wonder what's inside these stolen goods. I discovered the other day that you can get all sorts of random stuff out of them with superior salvaging technique. So I am going right by that Mesmer boss that I was talking about. But again, like, I'm not super interested in that particular elite skill. There are some that I am interested in. That chest just has a preserved red iris flower. There's no particular use for it. You can do some stuff with an Eye of the North, but you can do those things with other items as well. Oh, boy. Okay, well, we're just tossing this at you. Mind rack? That's not ideal. Okay, come on. We need to take this boss down. Ow. That was a very painful mind rack. Okay, good. We got the worst of that taken care of. Whew. Yeah, Talcora is not happy with our energy supplies right now. This grappler is being a royal pain in the rear end as well. But this doctor needs to go down. I can throw this particular spear at you. I want more leadership. Okay, well, we managed to get through that mess. I'm not just handing over 5 platinum. 5 platinum is 5 platinum. I know that's a bit of a redundant phrase, but it's very accurate. There's a preserved red iris flower. My understanding is this was a thing that they added in preparation for Utopia. From what I've heard. We've got Alson. Alson over here has a walking stick. And apparently a penchant for blocking. And now I don't have any energy because skills. Okay, yeah, we're wiping pretty hard here. Pretty hard. Oh, we also had Captain Medi. This area can be pretty rough. There's several boss Corsairs in the area that can do a lot of damage because, of course, bosses get additional damage. Just one of their many qualities. And of course, here's me without fallback. Or incoming to speed me on my way. I might hang on to this gold doubloon for the moment. Let's see what's inside this stolen goods. Oh, a vial of ink. Do they often just have a vial of ink if you hire salvage them? Expert level salvage. Vials of ink, as I recall, are actually fairly expensive to craft. You can craft them from artisans. They require, if my memory serves me correctly, yeah, this is part of the problem, is we double aggroed. They require a glass jar, and I think plant fibers, and the glass jar is made from glittering dust, so... Part of the problem here is this guy friggin' AoEs the snot out of us. Okay, well, I am absolutely overcome with junk. Yeah, okay, Captain Medi... what's difficult here is Captain Medi... okay, well, we're at this shrine now. That's nice. Yeah. Captain Medi hits like a truck. No, this bosun, you are absolutely correct, Koss. This bosun is the priority target. Okay, would somebody please get this grappler off of me? Oh, we're just gonna accumulate death penalty over here. It's gonna be grand. Oh, we're right in the hot spot for like several dudes. Whew. Corsair Doctor. Ow. And it's a freaking Vow of Strength boss, so you just know it's just laying in the hurt. Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. I think we might have killed Medi. Somewhere in there. Somehow. I wouldn't normally be too worried about normal Corsairs, but we also have this problem where we have a gigantic pile of death penalty, which makes everything way more dangerous. Oh yeah, we're just gonna be sitting on 60 here. I'm not ready to like rezone just yet, but it's getting close to the point where we might consider it. Nope, we definitely did not kill Medi. That's okay. We just need to take out some of these others, like this Corsair Doctor. And this Windmaster. I wanted to move away when I saw that guy running along, but nope, that wasn't happening. Ooh, did Talcor level up? She did. That means I can give her more Divine Favor or more Protection Prayers. Let's give her more Protection Prayers. Oh, what do you do when the friggin' Vow of Strength boss just comes up and smacks you and just one-shots your entire party with Vow of Strength? Oh, wow. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, well, let's kill some plants. We have a plant bounty. Plants are relatively fragile. Okay, I'm not happy about seeing a sandstorm-wielding enemy, but... See, we're having no problems with the plants. I don't know that that'll continue to be the case about these other enemies, but... Nope. Did Medi come back up? No. No, it's just regular grapplers. Well, I found Koss. He's over here. I know, right? This is a ridiculous location for a Resurrection Shrine, by the way. Just like, oh yeah, we'll just put a Resurrection Shrine where there's a ton of mobs. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, we've actually worked off a little bit of death penalty by killing some of these enemies. That's cool. I suppose I need to kill these two bosses, don't I? We have energy. Okay, there's nothing to fear. Dramatically reduces the damage. 100 experience points. Pretty nice. Oh yeah, then we got this, like, is this a splinter weapon boss? Is that what I was just seeing? Well, those guys went down pretty easily, shockingly. Hi, Beer, what do you got going on? Coursers are bad. Bad. They steal gold from people. Hey, that's our gold, I tell them. I promise the nice people in Ronjok. They need it. Can you help me? I need 5 gold doubloons, because I promised. Habir, make a promise. Habir, keep a promise. Help me keep a promise, and I'll give you something sparkly. A tactics shield, which would be reasonable for our good friend Koss. We've gotten a couple of other pieces of equipment that are not particularly exciting. These guys all have the same sort of thing going on. Wow, cost is down 37%. That's because these guys get boosted experience to get them up to level 20, I think. Those dreadful corsairs took my beloved away from me. He died fighting them somewhere at sea. Oh, my poor Wesley. How I miss him. Can you help me? I hoped to buy his freedom, but I have no coin. The only thing corsairs understand is gold. If you bring me 5 gold doubloons, maybe I can use their own gold coins to buy my Wesley's freedom. In return, I'll gladly give you an enchanted bow, an enchanted damaged ether staff, or a crimson claw scepter. Yeah, some enchanted stuff. Nihanu, what's your story? Corsair treasure, that's what I'm after. Those, terrible, awful corsairs have more than their share, don't you think? Ha, I know about a group of lowlifes who answer to no captain and have come into a great deal of booty. I'm only interested in a little of their gold, you know. Prove those ruffians have been brought to justice. Once you get a few coins for me, you can keep the rest. Promise, bring me 5 gold doubloons to prove you fought the corsairs, and I'll give you something for your trouble. And more random enchanted stuff. Including a couple of restoration magic items. Because they were supporting... Step 1, a whole lot of pain. Step 2, some misery. Step 3, no sleep. It sort of goes downhill from there. Yeah, they were still supporting Ritualist and Assassin here, because I guess they felt like they needed to. We've discussed that at length before, though. Savad's Keeper. Are we stealing Savad's treasure? Is that what's going on here? We're just retrieving Savad's treasure for him. Oh, we've got something spicy going on here. And hopefully avoiding a fight with the Corsairs. Unfortunately, we are not avoiding a fight with the Corsairs. I feel like these grapplers, on the one hand, some of the more dangerous enemies that I need to deal with, and on the other hand, it's like, how do I deal with them? Because they friggin' have Vow of Strength and mean business. It means so much business. Actually, this Mind Reader means business. And I need to mean business back. Wow, my monk's energy is absolutely atrocious. I kind of knew that, but still, it's being shown to me very powerfully. This guy doesn't help. Okay, well, this Admiral's down. Koss gained a level, question mark? Okay, let's do something about Savad's Keeper here. Ow. That was not what I meant. Nor was it exactly what I had in mind, either. I should resurrect Menlo. That's not what I had in mind, Menlo, when I resurrected you. No. Nope. Yeah, nope. Erg. What is this? Nonsense. Okay, you know what? You are being a jerk and shouldn't be around here anymore. Now I'm getting wrecked by this pseudo-boss-like enemy. Great. Okay, well. We can come back with people being less dead, and hopefully it'll help. I'll give Koss more tactics. He needs more tactics. Yeah, Stone Sheath and Stoneflesh Aura is making that thing super duper tanky. I agree with your assessment of the situation. Maybe this bosun will leave us alone this time. I don't need somebody wanding us in the back. And then I rezzed Menlo, and the thing he had to do was go run and try to res Koss. And it was ridiculous. Man, I'm glad. 5 tarnished platinum coins. Okay. So everyone, this is what platinum looks like, apparently, in coin form. Now I can give Ruthless Avad 5 tarnished platinum coins. I suspect his own. Given that was called Savad's Keeper. Serves him right. Can I go around this way? Where does this way go? Let's find out together. It does go around. Does this dock go anywhere meaningful? No. I have determined it does not by looking at it. Well, that was fighting too many Corsairs, if you ask me. Four bolts of cloth. I didn't get the rare salvage from it. I don't think Herald's is worth anything. There's a corn in chests. I don't think that's worth anything either. Certainly isn't worth anything without a key or a lockpick to open it up with, anyway. I was not intending to fight that many. By the way, this guy here is not a materials trader, it's a materials crafter. You can tell because it doesn't say trader in the name. I have this bone staff. And goodbye. Nope, 4 iron ingots from that as well. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised in the slightest. Okay, Savad, what you got going on here? Magunda's debt is paid. Looks like things work themselves out. For me, at least. Okay, and then I can go see Lonai for my reward. Of 2,500 experience and 100 Sunspear promotion points. Let's just stop by... This is not Yolan Haven self. You can take the chest with you back home. That's a plan. That is a plan indeed. Let's drop Harrier's Toss for a good old sign of capture. Okay, Herbalist Makala. What's going on? Well, hello there. I've got an elixir for whatever ails you, so let me know if I can help. My herbal concoctions have gained quite a reputation throughout Ilona. So, that pompous Koss sent you here for an elixir of strength. He's always bothering me about some potion or another. You know, I have just the concoction for him, and it's nearly complete. The sole missing ingredient can be found nearby in Archdrock Ward. I'm missing zephyr berries, a natural source of great power, which I need to finish his precious elixir. They can be easily harvested from a local plant, the zephyr hedger. Did I mention these plants get around? They're ornery too. Meet me in Arkjock Ward and help me catch one of these buggers. I will use any berries I collect for your elixir. This word right here means very different things in the UK, from what I understand, than what it means in the US. Yep. Okay, so just did Jaren. Yes. You're a Sunspear, and I can't say I like you. My no-good son ran off to join your little group, but I need your help, and I am afraid your secret is the only thing I have to leverage. I bargained with corsairs to gain safe passage out of Kourna for my daughter, Alonsa. I fenced some family heirlooms, but while I waited for the money, my contact and my gold were captured by the Kournans. I need you to settle my debt with the corsairs. They will harass me, and I fear that my daughter's very life may be in danger unless the money is paid. Seek out ruthless Savad in the barbarous shore and take care of this problem for me. Do that, and your secret will be safe. I'm not in a hurry to go back to him, bluntly. But I mean, I will, but not in a hurry. I want to capture vicious toss? Throw? Vicious spear usage. How's that? That's what it'll be. Vicious spear usage. I will talk to you in a second, herbalist. I want to go grab a bounty off this wandering priest for insects. After all, I am working slowly towards Sunspear General. Making good progress, actually, towards it. We should get started as soon as possible. I'd hate to keep the mighty Koss from his precious potions, lest his oversized muscles start shriveling like raisins. We'll lead the way whenever you're ready. Oh wow, you need to go quite far north. Well, we're going along the southern path first, because I have loot I want, and we are going to go get it for me. Oh man, it's nice not to have a bunch of death penalty. These bladed velts are not a huge threat. A lot of these queens, though. Ooh, an insect carapace. Wonder if I can get anything good with that. Mandragore. Why does it have to be Mandragore? I thought that was going to do anything, but, you know. A lot of Mandragore imps. Throwing out a lot of that lifesteal spike. That's the thing, is it doesn't require much lifesteal to be a nasty spike. I know you're doing your best, Talcora. This is more Menlo's problem. And he's doing a poor job of managing it. What's up, Menlo? Why ain't you healing better? There's Yishao. I want the last skill you have and that I don't, Yishao. And I'm coming to take it. Yeah, that one. That one right there. Yours is a reasonable skill, but kind of expensive. There we go. Excellent. Now I can viciously toss my way to victory. Nope, no burst of aggression for you. Do these guys even have any non-adrenal or adrenal attacks? They might not. It's a very valid strategy to just not use any adrenaline attacks. Okay, I'm kind of inclined to go back along the path that I took out here and then head north to get this guy's plant. And at some point I'll go after that illusion magic stuff. But I filled out my spear mastery quite nicely, which I'm happy about. I could also really use Cry of Frustration. Although I'm actually kind of wanting to change my secondary to Monk to be able to get a few useful protection prayers, mostly. I'd like Mend Condition. I'm not sure if that's core or not, though. Dismiss Condition would also be alright. More bugs. There are a lot of them around here. I could really use Go for the Eyes. It synergizes super well with a lot of the other stuff I've got going on. Well, let's start working on these Jacaranda. Oh, excuse me. Alright. There's not a whole lot to say at the moment. I'm just going off to capture, or not to capture skills, to do this quest. Fighting a lot of bugs on the way. Because there's a lot of them to fight. Primarily that's the reason. 500 promo points. Yeah, this isn't going to be hard to get or anything. Not when I'm doing a bunch of these quests. There's a Zephyr Hedger. Excellent! There's a Zephyr Hedger in plain sight. Slay it, and I'll harvest its berries. Oh, quit your tittering. Like birds, are we? Well, I found a Lightning Surge boss, if anybody wanted Lightning Surge. Hello, Herbalist Makala. Well, the potions are complete, and just in time. I think I hear something heading this way. Quick, drink these and deal with it as fast as you can. You don't feel any stronger. The Elixir of Strength. The Slort Nilbog. Charge! With the power of the elixir, this will be a short fight. You cannot attack. The elixir should kick in any second now. You cannot use skills, the elixir of strength. Wait for it. I'm waiting, Koss. I think I feel something in my gut. Anyone else feeling the power? Anyone? The mighty Koss can't handle a little rund like this? All the self-confidence in the world won't help you if you can't lift your weapon. Ha! You should see the look on your face, Koss. Well, I've had enough fun for today. Drink this antidote and your strength will be restored. Ha! Sorry for deceiving you, but Koss needed to be taught a lesson. You should know by now that true power comes from within, not from any elixir. I can only hope that I've made some impression on him today. I've most likely wasted my efforts. Still, it was quite entertaining to see that simpleton as weak as a termite hatchling. Hooray! Acolyte Jin is level 20 now. Congratulations to Acolyte Jin. Yeah, that would lead up into High Bluffs. Okay, well, let's go Silo Knife my reward. How many Kourna coins? Oh, that's my first Kourna coin. That's kind of cool. Hey, another steel ingot. Excellent. Excellent work there, my friend. That was quite an embarrassing situation, but I knew I could count on you. This was for Koss winning a guy's owed debt. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's kick Acolyte Jin. Let's get Milani in here. I'm gonna get Talcora up. What's going on with Milani right now? Yeah, okay, I should be fine on skills. I'm not worrying about making skills at the moment. Skill bars, whatever. Okay, well, let's go deal with another guy out here on the Barbarous Shore. The Berberous Shore? I don't know. Okay. Lotus Shield. I don't know what's... good. Another steel ingot. I need as many of those as I can get my hands on. Okay. There's a material trader. I wouldn't mind selling to a rare material trader this vial of ink. I don't know that ink's worth a... Okay, ink is worth a good bit, in fact. Yeah, you can see tempered glass vials. Yeah, 460 for a vial of ink. I don't know what vial of inks are specifically being used for. Wow, amber chunks have gone up a little bit. Well, let's go see the guy again. Ah, boy. Zavad. About more debts. So many debts. I really need better equipment. For that, I need collectibles or gear. I should probably try to hang on to collectibles in general. Or maybe I should look up who I need things from. That's not an unreasonable plan either. I think a thing of dialogue we had was because we had this one quest with Dejaren. If I'd realized, like, this is the thing, I haven't done most of these quests before, right? So I didn't realize that that quest, or that doing both those quests at the same time was, like, advancing that one quest with Zudish would have advanced things more quickly overall. Basically is where that kind of summarizes at. If I had realized, I might have done things a little differently. But now we have the power of Melania on our side. I don't know that that's going to help a lot, but maybe it will. Yes, hostile plants. Level 18 Koss. Who's lagging behind? Adara, you're going to make us fight those things? I do sometimes. Yeah, so here's the line again. What is Zudash doing trusting Corsairs? I mean, I work with Corsairs, but I know better. The foolhardy father. So yeah, I would have advanced this quest to the point where I could have interacted with this guy last time I was here if I'd realized that it made sense to do so. But I didn't, so here we are. I would ask for the money, but I see that Zudash has hired sellswords to do his talking for him. I can appreciate that. Defeat my boys here, and I'll call it square with Zudash. As far as his little princess is concerned, however, let's just say that ship has already set sail. Boom. Gotta do something about all these Corsair doctors. And this mind reader. Okay, enough bloodshed. Tell Zudash his debt is settled. Now leave me be. I don't know why he wanted us to kill his guys. That was very weird. Kill my men, and I'll consider the debt settled? I don't understand. I really don't understand. That was a very weird quest. You settled the debt with Savad? Good. I'm sorry I had to hold that over your head, but you must understand. I'll do anything for my daughter. She's all I have left. I only pray she's safe, now that I see how untrustworthy and brutal those Corsairs are. Maybe he has her signet ready. Yeah, maybe. Well, Sunspear, I must say my disdain for you is somewhat tempered by the opportunity you have presented to return to me that which was, shall we say, appropriated by the current ruler of Kourna. The chaos you brought to this region has averted Varish's eyes from me for the moment, and now is the time to seize my lost estate. If you help me, I will not compromise your whereabouts. Talk to my man Kahan in Pogon Passage. He has been my contact since my lands were taken from me. It is a Sunspear's duty to help all Elonians. 4,000 experience, 400 gold, 160 Sunspear promo points, and some Kourna coins. Also, Takor is level 20 now, so that's cool. Yeah, I think more Divine Favor makes sense. I'm going to dump her for Dunkoro. Because I think Dunkoro is a little bit more useful at the moment. Okay, wow, okay. That's a lot of quests there. Let's work on this interception point. Now that I have Dunkoro back in my team. I'm going to drop these. No, this skill. Stand your ground. There. Now I can go capture some stuffs and things and skills and stuff like that. It'll be grand. Yeah. Need to work on building up my base. Make it the best base. The most fullest base. All kinds of stuff going on. Or at least more stuff than what's currently going on, which is not much. I've got a bunch of stuff from the Winter's Day in July that I kind of want to get to a different character on my account, but then I have to carry it until I'm friggin' done with the... whatever. It's a thing. It's a thing. I shan't worry about it much. Okay, Wandering Priest. Give me this beast's bounty. Okay. That requires me to... I was confused for a moment there about what was needed. More Mandragore root. Well, I should hang on to collectibles for the moment instead of salvaging them down, I think. I might need to get some equipment that way, and it would be a good idea to make sure I'm prepared to do so. Just leveled, by the way. Koss. I'm gonna give Koss a little bit more strength. Yeah. Excellent. I got a critical hit on my vicious spear that gave a deep wound that allowed me to interrupt the meteor with disrupting throw. Very good. Very good indeed. I definitely am feeling the, like, press of needing to get equipment for my heroes. I'd like to craft them some stuff, but that's just not realistic. Give your feet a rest. The captain needs a moment in the shade. We're not... I don't even know what he's wanting here. They try to play up, like, Dunkoro's tactical mind angle a lot, and it just kind of... I don't know. It feels underwhelming to me. A lot of the time. Did you hear that? We're being followed. Move the prisoners to the back and prepare for attack. There we go. Infuriating heat is actually kind of good for me. It gives me lots of opportunities to build up my stuff. You're a credit to the Sunspears. Thank you. Thank the gods. I thought my only means of freedom would be the chopping block. I'm in your debt, stranger. Thanks. I thought I'd never get out of there. We were on our way to the save point when these Kournans found us. We'll meet you at the rendezvous point. Let's get out of here before more Kournans arrive. Yeah, okay. Seal an eye for my reward. Well, that's cool. I'm going to follow them back, and then I'm going to go exactly along this way. Because, A, the Mesmer boss I want to capture skills from is over there. And B, I want to go ahead and get Dashka Inlet on my map. Because it seems like it'd be handy to have. Not necessarily looking to do it immediately or anything, but... yes, 16 unused attribute points because I don't have quite enough to get... I need 4 more to get either of these up. It is as it is. Alright, well, some more capturing for me. I do wish some of the skills in some attribute line, like imagine if there was some ranged attacks under leadership that you could use with like bow or wands or stuff. That'd be really cool. I feel like that'd open up a lot of options of what you could do with Paragon. Also, can anybody explain to me why Anthem of Guidance isn't like 5 energy? Instead, it's 4 adrenaline. We're not going to see Anthem of Guidance for a little while, I don't think, but just one of those like conundrums. Also, this path does not go anywhere. It's just a dead end over that way, so you need to go up this way. Oh, thank you for the corner pendant. That will help considerably, actually. I need more iron ingots. Yes, yes, indeed. Big old fortress over there. Okay, that's for taking out Cornins, which we'll probably do some more of before we're through. I mean, look, there's these Cornin priests and a guard over here. 2 priests seems a bit much to me, but what do I know? Thank you. Well, there we have the Skybringer. That's not who I'm looking for, though, so I'm going to try to walk around. I'd rather not fight an Elementalist boss if I don't have to here. Especially without a plant bounty to make it more worthwhile. Actually, the boss that I do want should be up this way a little bit, I think. It's not taking as long to cross this map as I was expecting, which I'm certainly not complaining about, but I am observing. More Hecate over there, eh? And I'll take your sentient spores. Yeah, we're going to be going into Dajka Inlet before in the process of leaving this map, but I want to see if this Wandering Priest has anything. I think I'm going to switch back over to Spear of Lightning instead of Disrupting Throw. Okay, this is the Insect Hunt, which is nice to have, I suppose. I definitely feel like a certain amount of vanquishing is planning out the route to get the bounties that you need. Yeah, there's Eshem Mind Clouder. That's what I'm here for. I guess maybe I was confused with the water. 'Cause there's water in both bosses here. That one and the other one that I've been looking at previously. I don't know that I'm going to capture all of the skills that this guy has. I just wanted to bring as many Sickness of Capture as I could just in case. Crippling Anguish is the main one that I want. Yeah, I don't really want Mantra of Persistence. Soothing Images is actually pretty strong, though. I think I'll capture that one. Do I want Ether Feast is the real question. You know, I think I will. It's a pretty solid self-heal. It's nice to have a variant option for stuff if I have to do something solo, because Leader's comfort is kind of bad without a bunch of allies in earshot, so yeah, we're just going to go grab that. Cool. I like Crippling Anguish. I think it's a good spell. So I'm happy to add it to my list of options. The Degerin Estates. Oh, I am super close to General here. Okay. Let's go on back to the Sunspear Sanctuary. No, for now I'm keeping to this, and I don't need these. Let's see, I'm just gonna slot on a few skills here. Halo Knight. Well done freeing those Sunspears. You did especially well, Imrahil Argentum. Keep flexibility in mind the next time you assault a large group, and remember the value of patience, too. Dunkor always says a little patience goes a long way. Our rescued brethren and new allies will help us resupply behind enemy lines, and that means I can make sure you can be rewarded for the risks you took today. Those Sunspears you rescued have set up shop in the command post. You can check in with them there anytime. Excellent. Most excellent. I think the next part of the command post should be up and ready to go. Yeah. Okay, so we have the skill trainer, which I'm not doing anything with. Goodbye. Maybe Signum's capture, but... well, it's no great haul, but the Sunspear Sanctuary is certainly better than where I was headed before you rescued me. Now that I'm here, I can show you how to change your secondary profession, if you're interested. A little bit, maybe. I'm not planning on doing a bunch of secondaries on this guy, but I think I'm going to grab Monk and Necromancer and Warrior because Tactics is prudent. And Ranger because of pet stuff, maybe. Yeah. As you have never been a Necromancer, I will require 500 gold to teach you this new path. After you change your secondary profession, you will not be able to use any abilities of your current secondary until you return. Further, to fully appreciate, you need to learn many new skills. Yes, we will do that. Okay. Secondary Necromancer. Monk. Warrior. Ranger. I don't think there's really anything that I would want in Dervish. And I'm going to leave Ritualist alone as well. Okay, make me back to Mesmer, though. Okay, so now I've unlocked a few secondaries. This character I'm going to be a lot more free about moving secondaries around on. But I kind of want to focus on some of the casting stuff more. But Tactics is always nice to have access to. I've received word that Narashi has captured a Kournan scout and is holding him on the Marga coast. Right now, we must gather as much intelligence on our enemies as possible. What they know about us and what they know of our operations. I need you to interrogate Narashi's capture scout and learn what the Kournan army knows. Are you up for this? Well, absolutely. I guess Heart of Holy Flame is not terrible to get, but I can also potentially do other stuff. Yeah. Certainly is not. Certainly is an option. Let's go from Dajka Inlet. I'm not sure exactly where this is. Building the base. Interrogation. Oh, yeah. I am 3 points away. So the next thing I kill under a bounty will get me to General. I will say, though, that I kind of feel like the way that just kind of back up, talking about the Sunspear ranks here, all right? I like them as a concept. I feel that it's very random. Oh, I forgot to change my skills. Oh well. Like, what I mean by that, I gained 2 hero skill points, and quest update, here shall lead them, because that was enough to pop me up to general. And then Castellan comes next. But anyway, to get back to where my brain was, I kind of wish it felt like there was more like specific story events that advanced my rank, rather than just like, oh, you did this random kill the monster and now your rank's up. Hey, how are you doing, Hazard? Hazardous got there. Brain. My brain was seeing the G and kept wanting it to be Hazard Doug. And I'm like, no, that's not it. That's not it. It's been a while, though. How are you doing? How you doing? I am just slow walking with this crippling anguish on me. There it goes. I feel like I had that same issue last time when you're here. Hazard Doug. Yeah. Like I said, I think I remember it happening the last time you were here, that I was running into that issue. It's like, it's that auto brain thing, you know? Where like the brain auto completes words. I'm doing pretty well. Having fun. I've been doing playthroughs of each of the campaigns. I'm in Nightfall now. Using some restrictions. And it's been really interesting. A lot of really interesting like design and details and stuff. There you are, Imrahil Argentum, just in time. I was afraid I'd be forced to sully my blade on this prisoner's throat. He's been making quite the ruckus, says Narashi. Been a lot of fun, though. Just playing through the game and seeing it from a different perspective and point of view than I typically do. Speaking of which, I need to keep my camera lower. I have a habit of playing with the camera up here. So it doesn't get lost in the stuff. We're not in Ascalon anymore. No, we are not, Eve. No, we are not. But there's a lot of cool stuff here, like this fortress. Okay, Narashi, what you got to say? We lucked out with this one, Imrahil. I caught him a long ways away from his company, snooping around an overturned wagon searching for loot. Sadly for him, the only thing he found was the blade of my knife pressed against his throat. I think I've ruffled his feathers enough that he'll be willing to talk. He's been crying and blubbering for the last hour or two. So what do you say, Keter? I'll tell you anything you want. Just whatever you do, don't hurt me. I'm allergic to pain. All right. Please, don't let that woman hurt me. I'll tell you everything I know. Just keep her and that dagger away from me. Indeed. Good old Wizard of Oz reference. What are you doing out here? My unit received reports that a group of peasants was tending to injured Sunspears. We went to investigate, but found the Sunspears had all died of their wounds. We arrested the peasants for aiding and abetting the enemy. My company sent me to the garrison to get instructions on what to do with the traitors. Along the way, I saw an overturned wagon and decided to investigate. While I was rummaging, that ruffian of yours jumped me with her knife drawn. She threatened to kill me if I made a peep. How many men were in your unit? We're just a small scout patrol. Including me, there are 8 of us. And where is your unit now? They're just north of here, back where I left them, holding the prisoners. Why do you want to know? You're not going to kill them, are you? Have you seen any other Sunspears? That group was the only one. I heard that most who survived the battle have been captured or found dead. Those still alive are being held in the garrisons. The most important ones end up in the Bakos prison. That's all I know. I don't have any more questions for you. I answered all your questions. Please, don't hurt me. All right, Imrahil Argentum, you'd better go rescue those captured peasants. Stay alert. That scout may have fed you bait. What do you want me to do with this guy? Well, I want you to blindfold him, take him into the wilderness, and set him free. By the time he makes it back to his unit, we'll be long gone. Consider it done. May the blood of our enemies be spilled this day. Find the remainder of the scout unit and free the prisoners, Imrahil. I'll take care of this one. Well, you're in luck. I just passed them by, and apparently they didn't spawn in yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Indeed, there are 7 here. Oh, this is going to be irritating. Oh, I am so happy. I forgot that I gave her irresistible sweep. But now these annoying whirling defenses will be deal-withable. We're doing fine. For the most part. My mom is not fond of being cooped up. But overall things are going okay here. Most of us are pretty happy to just be chilling at home. For the most part. Banara says, "Thank you for freeing us. The guards were discussing new, painful ways to kill us before you arrived. We were arrested for helping injured Sunspears. We didn't know they were outlaws. By slaughtering the guards and breaking us free from shackles, our saviors have made outlaws of us all. Don't be so quick to thank them." Magunda, your name is familiar. The Sunspears have been welcome here for decades. My, how times have changed. I was arrested simply for helping a wounded one. My eyes are open now, friend. Changes must be made in Kourna, or none will live free. Long have I tamed and trained creatures wild and bizarre. If you require my services, I swear them to you until this land is safe. Once a prisoner to my own people, I am now shackled by the Sunspears. You may think you've liberated me, but having been freed by the enemy of Kourna, I, too, am an outcast. A renegade. Even an outcast needs to eat, however. Part with some of your gold, and I will unlock the power of the runes. Your armor will be imbued with sacred characters that crackle with the energies of runic power. Well, that sounds more dramatic than it feels like they actually are. And I thought I'd be locked away in a garrison prison forever. Thank you for rescuing me. I give you my word, I'll help you and your friends any way I can. Your actions have proven who the protectors of the common people truly are. What's next? Lead the Sunspears to the safety of the Sunspear Sanctuary. That takes them back to Ronjok. Yeah. Alright then. Back to Ronjok we go. I really wish they'd fixed whatever the alpha issue is in this game. It creates some very weird visuals at times. Yeah, should occur. I may want to capture some skills off of that boss at some point. I don't know. We'll see. I want to get this guy kind of a balance of various caster things that I can do with him. Okay. Insect bounty. And back to Ronjok. A lot of these areas are actually pretty empty in this map, which is kind of nice. I'm actually really glad I went from Dashka Inlet. That simplified that fairly well and minimized the amount of like walking I'm going to end up having to do. I'm glad for. Maybe I can take this quest off of Herdsman Zakanu now, too. That would be good. Not sure if anybody else here has quests or not, but we'll find out. Oh, yeah, we've got a bunch of quests to do here. I already read this dialogue, so I'm just going to let it play out while I lead these guys back this way. This place is hidden well. I never knew of its existence. Let's hope that means the military doesn't know about it either. I'm sure it's safer in here than out in the open. Zawan. Now that we're outlaws, there's no place safe for us. Magunda's the pessimistic one, I see. They make the rune traders sound like they're rune crafters, though. Same with the die traders, but they're not. They are crafters. Okay, Herdsman Zakanu. I'm well aware of our duty to feed the garrison here, and never have I complained before. But lately, the soldiers there have gotten out of hand. They've been demanding far more of my herds than ever before. I even saw one of them using my cattle for target practice. At this rate, the entire village will starve come winter. What does this place look like in winter? Like, some areas, winter is just, it's very rainy. Like, seasons are... I would think Alona is a little bit more... equatorial or something. Like, it wouldn't snow here or something. Anyway. I'm afraid that because the herd grazes so close to the garrison, the cattle make easy, tempting targets. Please, seek out herdsman Minosi in the shadow of the fort and help him protect my herds as they move to safer pastures. This problem affects everyone. I will see it resolved. Herds to the slaughter. What do you got, Elder Jonah? Ah, capturing the signet of capture. Okay, let's grab this quest. Have you ever encountered creatures with skills you would like to learn? With a signet of capture, you can do just that. Here, take this one and use it to capture skills for your own use. Common foes don't have enough energy to activate the signet's power, so keep an eye out for bosses, those with exceptional power. You can recognize these powerful foes by the auras surrounding them. After destroying such a foe, activate your signet of capture and select one of that foe's skills. You can also capture... You can only capture skills that your profession can use, but even so, the signet is an extremely valuable resource. Some exceptionally powerful skills can only be gained by using this signet. Hey, thank you for the follow, Lamatron, and welcome. Yes, can use, but even so, the signet is an extremely valuable resource. Yes, can only be gained by using the signet. Do you understand how to use the signet of capture? Find a boss, kill it, activate signet, pick a skill, rinse, repeat. Got it. Common folk have negative energy, apparently. Yeah, something like that. I think it's more just like the amount of energy, like it requires a certain strength of individual in order to be able to like grab skills from them. But thank you for the free signet of capture. I will get that later. Melania's meditations. Once every year, devout followers of Melandru must commune with the natural world. Through prayer and meditation, they receive the blessings of Melandru and further their talents. Now that she has returned, Milani must undergo this ritual. Our crops depend heavily on water from the Ilon's tributaries and from our deep wells. Lately, we have fallen on dry, tough times. Perhaps she could find the cause of the recent drought? Probably the Rylon Refuge mission, where we learn that the Elon is being corrupted by the drought. But anyway. To make matters worse, the lands have grown dangerous, what with Varish's increased military presence and the now hostile local flora and fauna. Would you protect Milani while she makes her journey through the Marga coast? Milani is a friend. I'll protect her with my life. Yeah, he did. And I'm wondering what's going on with that, too. It does sound like she had been. Hey, Chuno. Go away. We don't need your help. My might alone is more than enough to defend the village. Besides, you've only made things worse. With all the trouble you Sunspears turned up, the garrison's pet beast got loose. Now it's terrorizing the villagers and eating our livestock. You want to help? Rid us of that menace. You don't know how to catch a beast? Do I have to tell you everything? Get some hunks of fresh meat to use as bait. Place the flesh in the cage by the water in Arkjock Ward. When the beast smells a free meal, it'll rear its ugly head, and then you lop it off. Now get going. Me? I must protect the village and show the lovely Milani how dedicated I am. That beast is as good as dead. But I ain't doing that one right now. I am doing Milani's meditations. Yeah. But yeah, it did sound like she had been kicked out of her village or something. Maybe Morgan had wrong information. I'm not sure. But it does seem like something odd is happening with that. Something odd that's not well explained. A branch of the great Elon flowed abundantly through here, but in recent times the water has receded. This pond is all that is left. I shall ask Melandru about this. Whoa. Corrupted nature. Goddess Melandru, giver of life, hear my calling. Let my spirit flow with the currents of the great Elon. Ellen? I don't know. But I'm sure it has a very peculiar musk, shall we say. Or is that a bad joke? I liked it. But maybe not everyone agrees with me. And that's fine. Yeah, I mean, Morgan might have been exaggerating to make Milani look bad. There's all sorts of possible explanations. See, here's the problem, Milani's nature's all corrupted. This is clearly the issue. How are you doing, Fear? I know you were here earlier, but... The Elon is in much pain. Let us move forward and learn more. Yeah, that's a little bit of a pond, I suppose, yeah. Have you considered talking to the peasants? Maybe they know something. Barish Asa protects us from outsiders. Apparently they don't know anything. I remember spending much time in my youth climbing these rocks. It was during those times that I realized my great love of all the natural gifts Melandru has bestowed upon us. Give me a moment to reflect. Goddess Melandru, protector of nature, hear my calling. Encase my mind with the strength of these stones. There's a lot of corrupted nature out here. An awful lot of it. Ah. Yeah. Definitely been too hot lately. I'm extremely thankful that when our furnace went out, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago? I don't remember exactly now. We replaced, or when we got it replaced with a new furnace, we also got central air conditioning installed. Because it was not a standard thing out here. I feel like it's been getting hotter lately in the summers. I could talk about temperature, but temperatures are discussed differently in different places. Which makes it a little confusing at times. Well, that weakness is not great for my energy. That's kind of why I need a rune. Yeah, they're just keeping me perpetually weakened. The land is greatly tormented, although I do not know why. Let's keep pace. There's one more location I must visit. Ooh, an accursed icon. Ooh, and 89 gold. Don't want to miss that. Yeah, I do have a couple fans going. One of the issues that happens is the thermostat for determining the air conditioning's usage is just outside my door. And my room tends to get hotter than the rest of the house, so it's not necessarily the most effective at cooling things down. Which is why I have... You can't see it, but over there's a fan blowing directly on me. And I have one near the duct to blow any air conditioning that does happen into the room better as well. This tree does not look great. I wonder if we're going to that tree. I feel like we're going to that tree. But air conditioning is really nice to have. The death of this tree is most peculiar. Throughout my lifetime it always thrived, and now it is gone. I shall meditate on this. Goddess Melandru, keeper of balance, hear my calling. Fill my soul with the knowledge of this ancient tree. Defeat the creatures that attack when Milani prays by the dying tree. All right, we will attack them. That sounds like a weird prayer. Yeah. I suppose so. Indeed. It's working, so... I'll give her that. Yeah, no stoning for you. Wahaha. Yeah, you Executioner Strike that. Koss. It's like this feels like it's supposed to be a defend the NPC quest, but it's totally not. It's just fight monsters. And maybe Odura stays alive. That would be good. I should probably be trying to interleave. Stand your ground and there's nothing to fear a little bit more than I am. Okay, whatever. Let's just stand your ground right now. This tree has undergone much suffering, and its death was not a natural one. The water trapped within its roots is laced with a vile corruption. Ooh, did I stop at Chillblains? I just kind of threw out the thing kind of randomly, actually, but if it works, it works. Infectious Nightmare. Thank you for protecting me. Melandra has blessed me with knowledge and enhanced abilities. She has answered our questions through the earth, tree, and water. A great darkness resides in the Elon, and the creatures we encountered today are a direct result of that darkness. Let us return to the village. I must inform Elder Jonah. Alright, we can do that. But first, loot time. Yeah, save yourselves and Spear of Fury both are, unfortunately, on another continent. Spear of Fury is the skill that I'm actually missing most. Much more than save yourselves. Like, save yourselves is a strong skill. Excuse me. To be sure. But stand your ground does a decent reproduction. But yeah, it's Spear of Fury is just such a ridiculously good skill. Yeah, it is super strong. It's like a 6-second recharge plus 40 damage. 5 energy, 1 second activation time, so it's a quicker activating attack. And on top of all that, it, yeah, this transparency render issue. And on top of all that, if they're conditioned, you get a pile of adrenaline. It's so good. Yeah, it is a lot like Dragon Slash or Spear, but it's not elite. And the fact that it's energy means that you can build it up. Or, like, you don't have to build it up like you do with Dragon Slash. Okay, Elder Jonah, I've got news from Milani's meditations. Indeed, this is a bad omen. A darkness in the land is most disturbing. Our way of life depends on water from the stream and our wells. It brings us food and gives us life. I pray to Melandru that this drought will pass. Hey, congratulations, Koss. I'll dump those in tactics. Do I want to start getting runes for people? I could. Maybe it's not a bad idea. Dunkoro, I kind of want to get you protection prayers. Divine Favor's not too much right now. Wow, minor protections has gone up, though. Minor Divine Favor, and just because I might want these two, I'm going to grab these as well. Minor Healing, Minor Smiting. You suddenly realize just how weird the Paragon holds the spear and throws it around. Considering the normal thing to do with the spear would be to stab someone with it, but I guess we desperately needed a ranged class instead of two new melee ones with Nightfall. I would agree. We did need a ranged class. Yeah, and it's being used like a javelin. Absolutely, which is decidedly weird. Koss, you can have some absorption. I want to give him major strength, I think, or major tactics. I think I'm going to give him major tactics. I don't usually get superior for these guys. Yeah, major tactics. Minor strength, axe mastery, hammer mastery, and swordsmanship. Just that way I can use whatever weapon with them I feel like. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's okay, never mind. Welp. We'll give him axe and sword. I guess I'm not using the hammer one. Whoops. Oh well. I do kind of want to get him knights. Actually, I should get him some stone fist as well. There. Stone fists for your fists. I don't know why I'm insigniating him up, but I decided to. Ranger not needing to get arrows anywhere is kind of understandable, but Paragon always getting a new spear feels silly. Yeah, it absolutely does. Like, spear is not what I would choose, basically, if I were the one making these choices about what gear, but, you know, I'm not, so. Here we are. I kind of... Well, actually, let's just look at the prices of dervish runes. Okay. Yeah, Milani, you're not getting any runes for now. They are way too freaking expensive for your profession. Because players are making dervishes, because dervishes are great. I don't blame them. I like my dervishes. That means kitting you out is not going to be reasonable. Okay, that is not how I find my quest log. Herds to the Slaughter. We're going to go do this quest now. This is going to take us right by Margaret Coast, so I'm going to go do this quest and then go inside that outpost. There's a lot of quests out here. I found some cows. They're mooing. Oh, yeah, for sure. Windwalkers are super pricey, last I heard. I feel like Paragon is a profession that most needs PvE only skills to work properly. Anybody else feel that way? Hello, Herdsman Minosi. Yeah, you can see there's the garrison. When I was young, I wanted to be a great warrior. I practiced my sling all day and dreamt of heroic battles at night. See, this is what I'm saying. I feel like sling would have been a much more sensible weapon for Paragon than spear. Spears are typically melee. Yeah, I agree with that. I think Windwalkers are overrated. I'd never use Forsaken because the chances of you not being enchanted is extremely non-existent. But, okay, you know what? I'll read what that guy has to say later. I'm fighting some bugs now. Windwalkers is only good if you're really sacking them. Okay, what did you say again, Minosi? When I was young, I wanted to be a great warrior. I practiced my sling all day and dreamt of heroic battles at night. Now I'm older and see that protecting the herds is important too. I'm content. Heroes can be found everywhere once you learn to recognize them. But yeah, a sling would just make so much more sense as a weapon than a spear that you're for a ranged weapon. Herds to the slaughter. You say Zakanu sent you. That makes sense. I think we should move the herd outside Nundu Bay. The water there is scarce, but they'll like the shade of the trees. We'd best get moving before the soldiers in the garrison notice you. Sounds good to me. Protect the cattle while herdsman Minosi moves them to a safer location. At least 3 cows must survive. 10 of 10 cows remain alive. Everybody ready for an escort quest? Well, we escort this guy slowly around the place. And I pop my window heroes open and close out of habit. There's Booble. I actually might want a skill from there. At last, a friendly face. I twisted my ankle traveling toward Yolon Haven. Now, it's swollen up like a balloon. I bet one of those foul bugs dug that hole I stepped in. They're everywhere. Hey, if you could get me a few of their sturdy shells, I could rope them together and make a crutch. That ought to work until I get to town. Would you be willing to do that for me? I should only need 5 insect carapaces, and I'd be glad to trade you something in return. I would be happy to check. But we need to keep these cows alive. And I was not paying attention, and now a bunch of them are dying. My goodness, these cows are made of friggin' tinfoil. Oh, they're level 5, no wonder. I wasn't expecting to be attacked. Just randomly. Well, I have bad news about your cows, everyone. Holy crap, did we have to aggro literally everything in the area? Would not aggroing a thing be too much to ask for? Well, at least 3 cows must remain. Need to watch these ones like a hawk. My goodness. That was ridiculous. I was expecting these cows to be like level 20. But no, they're level 5. They have... Level 5 creatures have like 180 HP and like probably no armor to speak of. So they're just made of paper. My goodness, that was ridiculous. I mean, I have exactly as many as must survive left. Hopefully there's some breeding pairs in here. This would ideally be a bull and 2 cows. There's Nundu Bay. I don't think there's any sort of pop-up groups, but I'm going to preemptively come up here to fight these Kournans. I don't want any more dead cows. There, stop moving. It's fast. I mean, just stop moving. There, that works. Dang it. No, stay away from the cows. Oh, please don't walk towards those plants. Please don't walk towards those plants. Okay, whatever. That tunic can be picked up later. We need to go kill some plants. Yes, attack me, not the cows. Not the cows, I said. I'll take your briar blade. Oh good, that cow's not dead. Yes, they will like these trees. All 3 remaining cows. Okay. We have done the task. Now I can go talk to the other guy for my reward. Let's go pick up some loot that I left along the way, because I want it. Some wooden planks. Some random sword. Wow, that was ugly. I wanted to see what that collector had as well. Do I have any other loot down this direction? That was an absolute travesty. That's what that was. An absolute travesty. There's a friggin' monk, too. A monk beetle. Just chowing down on some beef. Okay, Tassetti, what did you actually have on offer? 10 bolts of cloth. Unfortunately, I need iron, not cloth, but whatever. So, an enchanted scythe. This would actually not be bad for Maloney. I just need more insect carapaces. A lot of enchanted gear from collectors around here, I'm noticing. I do eventually want to capture some stuff. Grunt's Grasp off of... Whoop. Well, we found some more bugs. But, where was I? Brain. Yes. Off of Booble Ice Hands. Grunt's Grasp is a lot of fun, but that's not until much later when I can get the, Icy Dragon Spear from Winds of Change on this guy, which is a long way down the line. I mean, I have the item that I could just go get it, but Chunlai and all that. Okay. I'm going to do that reward here. It'd be nice to no longer have that dialogue popping up, though. And make sure to stay hydrated. Hello, Nundube. I don't think there's any quests here, are there? There's Shifty Lem. Yeah, it's just a bunch of NPCs and stuff, right? I don't think anything notable's here, though. Okay, let's go visit Lonai in the Sunspear Sanctuary. Hello, Lonai. How's it going? The information you extracted from the scout has already proven worthwhile. Those rescued peasants have useful skills. One of them is a master of dyes. Another is an animal tamer. The last one I'm not so sure about. He's an extremely skilled rune enchanter, but seems reluctant to be here or get involved with our cause. All of those you rescued have set up under the tent in the command post. Check in with them anytime if you need their services. Well, excellent, I say. Most excellent. Yes, yes. Where does this go? Elsewhere. I'm just going to go up to the command post. There should be another one in this quest chain. Ah, here's Liba. Let's see what skills you can give me. 3 hero skill points. Right. What Paragon skills can I get? I do want Remedy Signet and Energizing Chorus. I want all of these. Okay. Energizing Chorus. Let's see if there's... Power Drain is good. Okay. None of those are standing out to me as much as the Paragon skills. Yeah, the next time each party member with an earshot uses a spell, that party member gains health. I think I'm going to grab... all these are good. I'm going to grab Merciless Spear for now. Because I think that's a really nice option to have. Koss. What? Oh, my primary quest. Okay, cool. We'll do that in a second here. If we're to have a chance against Varish and her troops, we'll need to win over the Kourna commoners. Luck is on our side, it seems. An old scholar approached Narashi in an attempt to establish contact with us. This scholar, Korendu, is a well-respected man among the Kournans. He believes we share a common enemy in Varish. He and his 2 sons have arranged a meeting in the Sunward Marches to discuss his stance. If we can convince Korendu and his sons to join us, it should increase our support in Kourna. It is crucial that you rendezvous with Korendu as quickly as possible. Can you do it? This should be a breeze. Emphasis on should. Yep. Emphasis on should. So you can see that we've got more people set up here. This is the tent that was being referred to. Oh, we have Hamid, the Armorer, not to be confused with armor. Okay, this is where we would make elite Sunspear stuff. The elite Sunspear raiment. Not elite headpieces, interestingly enough. I could see getting this armor for this guy at some point in time, but it would be the point in time in which I could actually afford it. Which was probably not going to be until after Shunlai. So, for now, my goal is to get the Sunspear raiment. The standard issue stuff. Do I have anything I need to be selling? I do. I don't need this. And I don't need this. Goodbye. Boy, that just made me think of... You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Yeah, apparently I don't have a lot of glittering dust right now accumulated. Oh, that is as it is, I suppose. Let's go see what this is about. Narashi warned me about those spotters. Oh, do I need to... I still need to speak to... Okay, you know what? This is going to do this quest anyway. I'm just going to go speak to Koss so I can actually do this properly. Instead of having it kind of happen, but kind of not, and then being disappointed in the results, I suppose, to put it bluntly. Alright, Koss. And a hero shall lead them. While I was at the garrison, I overheard talk of captured Sunspears to the north of Nundu Bay. Rogus will meet us in the Ventus Cemetery to assist with the evacuation. We must proceed with caution, however. The guards use sentry traps to keep wild creatures from wandering into their perimeter. We must rescue as many Sunspears as we can and evacuate them before Margaret ups her fare. I mean, technically that's north of Nundu Bay. Technically, the Desolation is north of Nundu Bay. Technically. Lots of things are north of it. Depending upon how you want to define... Do you define a cone or a line? Is it above vertically, or is it just like within a cone above it? How does that work? If you're standing in Nundu Bay and looking due north, what is in your sight? Is that the way it works? Sunspear Warrior, Sunspear Dervish, and Sunspear Monk are in my party right now. Narashi warned me about those spotters. They will alert the archers to fire on us with longbows if we're not careful. Oh boy, I need Signet of aggression. Don't let those Sunspear dogs escape. Shouts a random enemy. There's Koss, says the captured Sunspear. Yeah, there is Koss. I'm going this direction. I wonder how warm it is in here. Well, I found some mandragore. Take that, Plague Touch. I keep forgetting to slot in Spear of Lightning instead of the disrupting one. I do feel like I'm finally getting enough skills that I can kind of make builds, though, so that's nice. I'll continue it into Hero Shall Lead Them, but I want to do this quest as well while I'm out here. Yeah, give me them 14 hand-hide squares. Mubata, Karendu, and Sinbi. Hello, Mubata. My father is the wisest man I know. I do not doubt for a moment his intuition regarding War Marshal Varish. Long have I studied with my father to learn the great secrets of our world. I am beginning to see why he yearns for a new Kourna. My father is a great man. However, he and my brother are men of knowledge, not action. They argue and debate, pontificate and dispute, but in the end accomplish nothing. They came to you only because I took the initiative to speak to your friend Narashi. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. Look at all these heroes running around. Not sure where they want to stand. Okay, Karendu. War Marshal Varish may succeed at hiding her intentions from the people of Kourna, but as a scholar, I have learned to read between the lines. History shows that every revolution begins with a few brave souls willing to sacrifice everything for the good of the people. So, you're with the Sunspears responsible for all this disruption around Kourna lately. My name is Karendu, and I assure you the pleasure is all mine. War Marshal Varish, if left to her own devices, will be the end of us all. Anyone who can get her as wound up as you have is a friend in my book. Our history is rife with tyrants who, in the name of a cause they believe in, deliver pain and suffering to the people. I see these same patterns in our beloved War Marshal. I cannot stand idle and watch as our people are fed to the belly of the beast. My sons, Mubata and Sinbi, and I have come to pledge our services to you. Or singular service. Is that the smell of rotten spies on loose? Quickly, over there, says the Kournan phalanx. The only good spy is a dead spy, Baal always says. Let's bring him their corpses as a gift. Be careful, Sinbi, you're no warrior. Says Karendu. Remember Master Togo and fight in his name. Fascinating. That's really cool. Did you see that? I told you I could fight. I saw you almost get yourself killed. You should let others here do the fighting, Sinbi. I won't hide behind a book like you, Mubata. Life without courage is slavery, and Koss was born free. Enough, both of you. We need to leave here. We need to leave before more troops discover us. Yeah, that's true. It's really cool that Menlo was referencing Master Togo and factions in his ambient dialogue here. I really love that detail. This really, to me, does feel like a game that's trying to be a capstone on the 2 previous games. Both Factions and Prophecies. And I think it succeeds at that largely in its small details. Things like that. Things like Brother Menlo referencing Master Togo and fighting it for Master Togo here. It's one of those things like, I'm really glad that they have that sort of detail. All right. Thank you, friend, for giving us this opportunity to strike at the War Marshal. I promise you, it is a decision you will not regret. I believe you. But for now, I need to rescue the remaining Sunspear forces, watch out for long-range Kourna spotters, and watch out for sentry traps. And apparently for Mandragore. They like to just pop up out of the ground whenever the mood strikes them. Okay. I guess we're fighting all of the things out here. I really need to bring some enchantment removal in my party. These Mandragore are getting ridiculous. Ooh. If I put my feet over here, I can feel that other fan I was mentioning. Delightful. And there's the sentry trap that they warned us about. There are sentry traps just ahead. We'll have to tread lightly around them. I don't appreciate being meteored. It's painful. I do appreciate getting Kourna pendants, though. I'm sure there's places I could trade those in, but... Koss! Now's our chance! Yes, let's fight some Steelfang Drakes, though. The good old Tuka Bird. And some more gold. Excellent. Our pile of allies is beginning to accumulate, which is fine. This takes us up towards Ventus Cemetery. Yeah, there's some more captured Sunspears. Looks like we have to deal with both to get these guys free. Not the Kournans and the sentry traps? Yes, it does, doesn't it? Ha! All of my buffs rendered your magic largely weak. I feel like it doesn't know if it's supposed to be combat music or not right now. For Istan! They say. Okay, there's close enough for the activation. It is a bit weird with this quest that we lead them north. Because, like, we're going to meet Margaret over here near Doshka Inlet. So we lead them north up here and then south again. But it's just kind of how it arranges, I suppose. Hello, Commander Suha. You are dressed like a Sunspear. Hiding from Varish's troops isn't the worst thing in the world. Have you ever sat through one of Rogis's technical explanations? Pure torture. And here I shall lead them. Hi, it is good to see you survived. Rogis made it out of Gandhara as well, hanging on to a barrel. He figured out a way to disarm those blasted traps the Kournans have been using as well. Brilliant mind, that Sunspear. What's the status of the evacuation? It's not looking good. There are Kournan troops everywhere, and we need to evacuate our people immediately. Let me know when you and Koss are ready to muster the troops. Then Rogis can tell you how to disarm those traps. We are ready.
Okay, listen up. We lost the fleet at the Battle of Gandhara, but we're not stuck here. I've arranged passage back to Istan. There's one hitch. There's a Kournan garrison between us and the ship that'll take us home. Maybe you'd better explain the plan.
Maybe.
We're going to lead you to the ships, but we're going to have to move quickly. The longer we're out in the open, the more likely the Kournans will come down on us.
Most of you are in no shape to fight. Just stick close and we'll get you home safe.
Whoa.
Be sure to check with Rogis about the sentry traps. Other than that, we're ready to go.
Koss's earrings are, like, extra. Those are huge. Okay, Elinyam? I'd offer you water, but the bucket's empty. I must run and refill it. We have a lot of injured here. Okay. Rogis, who was the elementalist that we convinced to come back and join the Sunspears again, was over here to give us a quest reward. Good to see you, my friend. And to think, you've got all your arms and legs intact after all you've been through. As a matter of fact, I have managed to figure out a way to disarm those pesky sentry traps. I'll show you how once we're on our way. That Corsair, Margaret, is waiting on the other side of the garrison. I'll stay behind and direct any stragglers. And take this, you'll need it. Well, it looks like we're at it again, eh? We need to evacuate the wounded. I finally figured out how to disarm those blasted sentry traps. When you and Koss are ready, we can get these folks back to Istan. I had Narashi make a map of the area. Here, let me show you the locations. We're not yet ready. Because I want to turn in some quests. Lanai. Korendu and his sons will most certainly prove to be vital allies. If we stick to a solid plan, I believe we may yet succeed in resisting Varish. Once word spreads that Korendu is with us, we'll have many who are sympathetic to our cause out in the countryside. The family has taken refuge in the command post. If you need anything from them, you can speak to them there. And I have finished the command post quest, so hooray. Looks like we are doing well. Okay, all my heroes are level 20. I just want to check that before I get the 4,000 experience from this. Looks like we're doing well, thanks to you. We have enough supplies to last for quite some time now. Sure, we're still outnumbered and, for all intents and purposes, surrounded. But Varish hasn't found us, and we can hold out for as long as we need to finish this once and for all. Hooray, command posts. I can see Zakanu for my reward for this one at some point. I don't know if I want to do this quest change just yet. I think I'm going to continue on. Actually, let's go stop in the command post just to see if there's any new quests there. I'm gonna salvage some of these things first. I'm not expecting anything for what it's worth. Okay, it doesn't look like it. I'll be heading back to Ventus Cemetery in a moment. There's Zawun and Mubatu, Kurundu, and Sinbi are over here. Mubata and Sinbi are collectors, it looks like. I wonder what I can get from them. Probably stuff for those Kourna pendants I just salvaged. Yep. But I don't need scrolls. We live in interesting times. At least that's what my father says. I hope to help pen the histories of this era, so I'm eager to hear any tales of your adventures. And you? Okay. Oh, you can get scrolls of Heroes Insight and Slayers Insight from this guy. Huh. I sure would love to get in on some of the action around there. Action out there, but I guess for now, I'll have to do my part behind the scenes. So, tell me, have you found anything interesting lately? Heroes and Slayers Insight. And then Kurundu is a rare scroll trader. So you could potentially get decent value out of the Kourna pendants. They're like, what, 20 gold a piece? So 200 for 10? And you can definitely up the value by getting either of these. Huh. It is quite a lot of pendants. I won't disagree. Good old Scroll of the Lightbringer. For 10 minutes, your party gains triple experience from combat. This one also gives triple experience, but it ends if you fail to kill a foe for 30 seconds. Very different matter. And this is just 10 minutes, you get double experience. And then the passage scrolls to Urgos' Warren, the Underworld, the Deep, and the Fisher of Woe. I'd rather turn the Kourna pendants into iron, for what that's worth. That's about 40 iron. Which is probably worth more. Quite frankly. Yes, Ventus Cemetery. Let's do our mission here. Let's do a couple skill changes. I'm gonna drop Disrupting Throw and Vicious Attack for just Spear of Lightning, and I want Signet of Aggression. Because I want to be able to charge up Wild Throw with the Signet. I'm going to be replacing the Sunspear Rebirth Signet with this special skill that we have to bring here. It'll be interesting farming Survivor by farming Kournas to fund the scrolls to use while farming them. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. We are at it again. We need to evacuate the wounded. I finally figured out how to disarm those blasted sentry traps. When you and Koss are ready, we can get these folks back to Istan. I had Narashi make a map of the area. Here, let me show you the locations. We are ready. Ready and able. You wish to learn the disarm sentry trap skill? Yes, the more skills at our disposal, the better our chances. Get these troops home safely. They have endured enough nightmares to last a lifetime. Go on, you're wasting precious time. Disarm the sentry traps before they discharge. The situation just got a bit more interesting. Our Kourna friends thought we might be coming this way, and they were kind enough to leave sentry traps in our path. Talk to me when you are ready to learn how to disable one of these things. To disable a sentry trap, first you must approach it. It will activate, and you'll have a short window of time to shut it down using the Disable Sentry Trap skill. Be careful out there. Okay. Now it's time to spend forever killing Kournans at their posts. Get zapped. Oh, apparently we have a healthy bounty on our heads. And this bit's always a little bit tedious. Little Signet of Aggression. Signet of Aggression's to help me deal with the bowmen. This is gonna let me disable their whirling defense by charging up my skill. Okay, well, anyway. It might synergize well, actually, with Natural Temper, now that I think about it. I don't usually think about it, but... There we go. Our bonus is, of course, to disable all of these outposts. It's not hard, per se. It just takes a while. Well, got him. Another Corn Pendant, which, again, those are very useful for getting iron. I need a lot of for my armor set. Thankfully, Milani has the ability to end stances as well, so I don't have to try to rely on something from my Signet. You definitely want to take out the whirling defense, though, if you can, because it lasts for like 20 seconds. And you have all of these Sunspear evacuees, according to my count, 8, that are going to wand like crazy and absolutely cause so much whirling defense damage. Because whirling defense does damage if you are, well, if it blocks a ranged attack. So being able to take those ranged attacks and being able to stop the whirling defense is really important for any melee characters you bring with you, because all these Sunspears will be triggering so many instances of that sort of thing. It's crazy. Something else that's important to note is that this skill is easily interrupted. So any regular attack against you will interrupt its action. So that's important to be aware of when trying to use it. All right, let's go over to this guard post and then that guard post, and this one's kind of out of the way. You do a lot of looping back and around with this bonus. It's a very traveling salesman type of problem, with no clear good path, just various paths that don't seem very good. Well, of course we had to attack that and get some aggro. There we go. Punch that open. These corner guards use sprints, so it doesn't hurt to end their stance either. Makes it easier for your characters to flee from them. I've found in general that it's really easy to underestimate snares use in terms of defense. There's a lot of melee enemies in these games, and melee enemies have a really hard time dealing damage to dudes that they can't catch. So... be a lot better than they seem at first blush. Okay. Not looking forward to repeating this whole process in Giru, though. This mission is one of those where it's like pretty straightforward if you aren't going for the bonus, but the bonus is easy enough that you should go for it, and then it kind of becomes a little tedious. Yeah, I mean they're going to try kiting though. I'll agree that they're not always the best at it. But they do have kiting AI, so they do try to kite. Even if they are a little poor at it. What did I get here? Hey, minor vigor. That's nice. I might give that to one of my heroes, actually. Okay, well, we got aggro, so time to fight some dudes. Doing a good job at dealing with them. Do I have Whirling Axe on this character? No, just Cleave. Alright. I guess just Cleave it will be. I do like the sun-touched spear skin. Yeah, we're dealing plenty of damage to these guys. I wonder why that one had a white icon. Or kind of a gray. If we don't need to fight that group of Kournans, I'd kind of prefer not to. Yeah, Milani's doing a really good job of helping to take care of all of the stuff I don't want to have to deal with in terms of stances. Okay, I do need to go up this way. I need to go take out this guard post. And I can kind of continue back down and around. Just unfortunate. Because again, so Traveling Salesman is where like you basically have kind of a randomly distributed set of things. And you're trying to figure out how to like best travel between them to be optimal. And the way that these things are allotted is a lot like that, where it's like, it doesn't really feel like there's a good path, just a bunch of bad ones. Like, okay. Both spears and scythes have too few skins. Just like the spears and scythes instead of some weird stylized stuff. Yeah. No, I'm with you there. I do not like most of the scythe skins. They're just like... For me, what I want with scythes is I want like the I like this skin, the skin Milani has right now. I like the more curved-headed skins. I don't like the weird like squares, and I mean that in like a carpenter square sense. Style that are extremely prevalent. Like the elegant scythe skin, I think, is like that. Of course, everybody's aesthetic preferences is, you know, their own. But like this skin right here, I don't like this scythe skin. I don't like it when they look like giant picks. I rather them look more bladey, I guess, for lack of a better term. But again, that's my personal aesthetic preferences, so. For what you prefer, well, your mileage will vary. Good. Some iron ingots. I wanted to use up that salvage kit, so I did. But it'd be nice for some variety and simpler skins. I do like the Oppressor Scythe skin quite a bit as well. Part of the problem, though, that both Paragon and Dervish have is there's just too few games for them to have stuff, it feels like, to me. Okay, 2 more God Posts to disable, and then we will be good to go talk to Margaret. This is the sort of general path that I take, by the way, for this, is I just kind of loop around like that. It's just, again, it doesn't feel like there's a good one. Yeah, those Spirits of Infuriating Heat are really good with this Signet. The one advantage here is these guys all have Orson of Healing, so you get absolutely just spewed with it, which is great. More Corn and Bowman. There we go. Okay, time to take out the last one of these guard posts. Yeah, Scribe is a good initial target. It can be quite painful. There we go. Last guard post taken out. Let's disable this sentry trap. Or just not care about it and leave. That works too. You don't need to disable a sentry trap you're not next to, after all. Okay, so now we've taken out all of their guard posts. And we can depart. It is interesting with Nightfall being able to like visit maps that you get used for missions, not only after you've done the mission, but before you've done it. And I think that's something that's really neat about the way Nightfall's set up, and that's also quite interesting. It makes the missions feel a bit more integrated into the world. Like it helped with factions, but when it's kind of like amped up like this on top of that. I do like this section here. It's got some nice green going on. It's very green, actually, down in here. Very green indeed. Let's disable this. I wonder if that landed in time to take that out. I'm guessing so. There we go. I gotta take out his nonsense. Apparently, most of these guys decided to go next to the bridge instead of over it. It's not like this bridge is really crossing all that much. I suspect it may cross quite a bit under different circumstances. Like, maybe there's actually, like, water that flows through some of these areas, theoretically, when the Elon isn't being messed with. But who knows? I don't. There we go. Take those guys out. Grab some more coins. Never believed I'd see my homeland again. Lead me there safely, and I'll follow you to the ends of the world. Well, I've got some potential options for that. Okay. We're about to hit up a cutscene. Start negotiations with Margaret the Sly.
Marguerite, got my boat?
That depends, my friend. Got my money?
You sure you want the money? My friendship's worth more than mere gold, isn't it?
You're charming, Koss, but I can't spend charming. The money, please. It's always a pleasure doing business with honest people. Welcome aboard.
Koss, she's a Corsair. Can we trust her?
Only for as long as the money lasts. But for the moment, you can relax. We're going home.
Meanwhile, Morzik Garrison, sunward marches.
You let those Sunspears escape.
There were only a few of them, sir. We've already captured and killed most of their forces.
Only a few. Idiot. Captain.
Yes, sir.
Increase the patrols. Burn the villages that help these traitors. Send word to the War Marshal.
Yes, sir. What should I tell her?
Tell her to send me the hunger.
Oops. The hunger, eh? These guys can take me to other places. I'm not seeking their help, but they can. Terror Interia and Plague Incantha. We're talking to Dockmaster Alaro with our great 5-person party. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? You wouldn't believe the rumors that have been flying around. Bodies and empty boats washing ashore ever since you left. The council is in session. Tell your tale to Elder Suhl and the rest. It is quite the tale. The council is called. And we're going to chill out here for a little while and do some more quests in Istan. Drakes too. Anyone want to hear about my drake killing days? Says the Istani commoner, apparently. I don't need that up. I know where Other Soul is. Nothing quite like a good old 5-person party. Out of 4. Okay, here's the consulate. Not to be confused with the docks related to it. The consulate docks, of course, being presumably just beyond the consulate. Behind Elder Suhl, in fact, I imagine. Hello, assistant. Elder Nalo. There is a saying among young people to let the little things slide. It is these minute elements that give life character. To that end, I make it a point to pay attention to even the smallest details. We lost thousands of weapons, hundreds of boats, and a vast amount of supplies. Cormyr has truly failed us. Varish has declared the Sunspears traitors, and Istan allies of the Order. We must sue for peace. If only we could talk to Varish, perhaps then we could explain what has happened. I think that was the person who was reluctant in the first place, right? Hacking, eh? Hacking what? Oh, yeah. I mean, as long as you bring henchmen with you that are in the zone afterwards, you can have that sort of thing too. The delegations of Kourna and Varish have been here. So many visitors, so many things that can go wrong. Suhl would press forward with his fights. Nalo would explain the details until nightfall is upon us. We have failed, and in failing, we have endangered all of Istan. There's no other choice. We must surrender, and plead for Varish's mercy. Too much blood has been shed because of Cormyr. Well, what do you say, Elder Suhl? Ahai, it is through the people that Istan is built. It is the people that I serve. You bear grave tidings. Varish is truly aligned with these demons. The Sunspears have been smashed, and Cormyr is dead. Still, you have done well rescuing the survivors and establishing a base inside Kourna territory, but now Istan must prepare for the inevitable retaliation from the War Marshal. Our surviving ships can hold off the Kournans and their allied corsairs for a short while, but how can we defend ourselves against demons? We will need new allies in these desperate times, allies for the coming fight. Okay. People of Istan, hear my words. We have heard first-hand accounts of the attack on Gandhara and the treachery of Varish. We cannot stand idly by and let Varish continue, but we have been weakened and cannot continue this war alone. We need our brothers, the Vabbians, as allies in this struggle. May the true gods preserve us all. It is up to you, Imrahil Argentum. Go to Vabbi and convince the princes to join our cause. We cannot aid the Sunspears any longer. We must protect Istan while you recruit allies in Vabbi. It will not be easy. The Vabbian princes are oblivious to what goes on outside their palaces. You must somehow convince them that Varish is a threat to us all. Thank you for the quest reward. Istan must prepare for the inevitable. Your Sunspears are doing a commendable job of keeping Varish occupied, though it is only a matter of time before she turns her gaze toward Istan. You must go to Vabbi and convince those corpulent princes that this is their war. Do not fail us as Cormyr did. You must be the light against which the tide of darkness will break. If you need passage back to Kourna, Dockmaster Alaro will assist you. To Vabbi. No, it was Nalo. Nalo wanted to sue for peace. I have a bunch of Istani commoners here. Suhl wants to press onwards. Dahut thought that we needed to potentially ask for peace, and Nalo is totally like, we must have peace. We cannot do this fight. Consult with Dunkoro at the command post in Kourna to find a way to Vabbi. Apparently we can go talk to a guy to get warped back or something. I'm curious about that. So then this lich says, no, please, you're too powerful. I'll give you some gold if you let me live. And I say, die, evil creatures, spawn being. You should have seen it. Boy, you are exaggerative in your language. I know you're around here somewhere. You can't hide forever. Says the little kid. I'm curious what Alaro says about going back. Like, it's really easy to just map travel back. Baskets. Hi, Sunspear. The day shines brightly in Alona. It's a good day for sea travel. A boat departs for the Dashka Inlet soon. Will you be on it? Oh, okay. So he will just take us to Dashka Inlet. I really wish Dashka Inlet showed up on this travel map, by the way. I feel like it would be appropriate. No, there is a bunch of quests that we need to do here, and one of them involves protecting Becknu Harbor. Get out of here, Koss. I want to add Talcora to this mess. Talcora, Dunkoro, and Milani. As much as Talcora is a bar, it'll be better than nothing. She's got a lot of damage here. So. No, not a personal vault. Assault on Becknu Harbor. Yeah, time to do another try against the scale here. Do I want to do anything different with my build? I guess I can keep Crippling Anthem. It's not the most exciting elite, but if I'm being blunt, there aren't a whole lot of exciting elites for Paragons. Like, I can swap in Crippling Anguish, but I want to keep my command defenses the way they are, so I don't know. Or I can go Motivation. I don't have any elites here, but I have Energizing Chorus now, which would help. Yeah, but the lack of elites in that line makes me a little less interested. Okay, well, let's grab our henchmen. Oh boy, they're all so low level. Herta, Garaz, Odura, and Sagalon, I guess. Well, I'll do my best. Hopefully all of these level 20s will help. Assault on Becknu Harbor? Yes, we are ready to attempt it. I should have really taken care of my inventory before this, but whatever. Never mind that. The assault will begin. This time I have a functional There's Nothing to Fear and Stand Your Ground. Those will both surely help. Maybe I didn't need Signet of Aggression, though. Maybe I could have brought Never Surrender there or something. Oh well, decisions were made, and I will live with them. I mostly want as much AoE damage as I can get. So. But yeah, my plan at this point is to try to wrap up all of the side quests in Istan that I overlooked. There's some that I missed that were out in Explorables, and then there's a quest chain here. Yeah, now that we're back in Istan. Well, here they come. Defend Becknu Harbor from the attacking amphibian army. 6 of 6 waves remain. Oh. Well then. Maybe I should have gone Cautery Signet. I'm expecting a lot from Milani here for what it's worth. I think this quest is going to be a lot easier with some level 20 heroes, though. Listen to the wind, warrior. It speaks to your downfall. I assume I can walk out here, yeah? Yeah, I don't know how far out I can go. I don't want to go too far out. I want the funnel of the gate. I think it'll help. Mm-hmm. I need to get Talcora some runes. I'm remembering. Or is it Dunkoro? No, it's Talcora. It's definitely Talcora. Okay, well that's not doing anything. I didn't have anything on me to make it do anything. Get out of here, Scale Lasher. Wow, you get a lot of adrenaline through Signal of Aggression. I didn't realize how much adrenaline it could pump out. But its 5-second recharge goes by very quickly. I have a newfound appreciation for the skill, is what I'm saying. Okay. Surviving a lot better here. So that's good. Okay, these level 6 scale lashes are just like kind of evaporating. I remember some of these later waves were just completely overwhelming on my previous attempt. Granted, I was much lower level, and so were my heroes and all that, so. Where are we at in this? 4 of 6 waves of attackers? Now, there's going to be so much junk on the ground, it's going to be great picking it up, and also kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I get no experience for most of these enemies because they're too low level. I want to begin picking up some of this loot that's absolutely everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Now I really want to try Signal of Aggression with Natural Temper. Three of 6 waves of attackers remain. Oh my goodness, the sheer number of attackers total here is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, let's collect some of this loot. There's just so much of it. So much of it is like, here's 2 gold. Okay. Milani can just walk through most of these. Just about, anyway. If I had double dragon, she literally would be able to walk through a bunch of them. Alright, well, where's next? Okay, this is the last wave. 1 of 6 waves of attackers remain. My goodness. So many scale, though. I imagine there's more in this. Nope, that wave was pathetic. Okay, apparently the last wave was just like, okay, congratulations, you won. People farm for low rec scythe for speed clears in Istan. Don't know if this might be a good location for it. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. But it's a good place to attack lots of scale, that's for sure. If you feel like fighting scale, come there. There we go. Timer ran out. Now we are back to talk to... Where are you? Where? Oh, there you are. I don't know why I couldn't see Elder Jordu. Couldn't for some random reason. The Scale army is in full retreat. We crushed their assault and left them in total disarray. I'll be sure to inform your superiors of the wonderful feats of heroism you performed here while protecting the common folk of this village. You are a true hero. Thank you again, friend. You are welcome here anytime. So does that mean you're telling me about my feats because I'm currently the leader of the Sunspears as far as I'm aware? Yeah, it probably is a good place to get... Yeah, I got a scale fin and 2 scale teeth. Thank you. The Scale armies are on the run. Now is the time to strike at their heart and remove this threat from our doorstep once and for all. We've heard reports the armies are commanded by a Scale leader who is far more intelligent than the rest. In fact, he may have some sort of magical control over them. I paid some corsairs a huge sum to discover the location of this leader. It seems he's taken up residence at the Cyclone Palace in Matani Keys. If you can destroy the leader, I'm sure the Scale armies will disband. Cut off the head, and the body will fall. Yes, an excellent plan. Okay, I need to defeat the Scale Lord Jerpa something. But I want to clear out my inventory first. Because it is full of random junk. There's the merchant, Yet another merchant. Okay, that was maybe a bad joke, but I enjoyed it. Okay, I'm gonna sell. I don't feel like I need these scale parts particularly much. Whatever, I'm just gonna sell them. Major wind prayers. Okay, I don't think I have much use for that. This quartermaster has the superior salvage kit that I want. I mean, the expert salvage kit that I want. You know what I mean? Has a salvage kit that I want. Give me this minor vigor. I'm gonna give it to Dunquaro, I think. There we go. Otherwise, I can salvage that. Okay, let's go to Commandant so I can actually look at a rune trader. If anybody's wondering, I am in the International District, and therefore, Commandant is actually a pleasant place to go and not a complete lag fest from a bajillion players loading in. Who am I going to talk to here? It is you, Kylona, the rune trader. Okay, I imagine Major Wind Prayers is not worth anything. It is worth exactly nothing, which is exactly what I thought it was worth. Heralds? Yeah, Herald's Insignia is not worth anything. I think Herald's Insignia is probably reasonable to put on... Like, Tormentor is pretty good. I can see using Heralds on the typical, like, holding the Ashes of Kalai Bipper as being an option. Although I usually use Undertakers on my Bippers because Undertakers gives more armor while your health is low. And they quickly get health that is low. 2 bips and they are firmly in plus 15 armor territory. But I don't know. Maybe Heralds is not a bad idea. Oh, that's a functional strength and honor mod. Ooh, glittering dust. An iron ingot. 6 iron ingots. Ooh, more glittering dust. Good, I need those. Scouts. Scouts is a preparation. Yeah, okay, that's why I thought. Also, better just sell. Okay, so these are going to be merchanted. Yeah, it is cheap. That helps as well. Herald is also cheap, though. Herald is 110. Centurions is pretty expensive. Well, affected by a shout, echo, or chant is plus 10 armor. Okay, do I want to try to get this out of here? I don't think so. I think I'm just going to be doing other things. So let's just sell these things to the merchants. There we go. Alright, that clears up my inventory, which is good. And was wanted. Yeah, I think the anniversary elite did bump it up. It's usually been about a plat. I usually think of Centurions as being about a plat. I guess it's good for Imbigons. It doesn't strike me as amazing, but I don't know. People do seem to like it for some reason. Okay, well, I've gotten a good bit more iron, which is good. I need to raise my steel quantities. This is the big issue here. Let's see. I'm going to take a quick moment to look at Istan quests. Oh. Or I'm going to say hello to somebody first. Hey, Master Emerald! Great to see ya! Thank you very much for the raid. I'm just playing through Nightfall right now. How's things going for you today? I'm just looking up a quest list. List of Nightfall quests. Istan, because I want to make sure I'm getting to all of them, you know? And it's very easy to miss quests when you don't know where they are. Like, there's a Flamingo one, for example. Yeah, that's in the Istan Isles. Okay, so you're doing Eye of the North stuff right now then. I take it. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting dungeons. Okay, and that's just south of Backnew Harbor, it looks like. Cool. Backnew Harbor it is. Let's see. Otara, Herta. Let's go these two. Trigger more of my skills. Do I want something other than significant aggression here? Before I had another attack skill. Maybe I'll just put on another attack skill. Yeah, that seems good. How'd the dungeons go? Let's see. You'll see a dude about flamingos. It'd be good times. I was just thinking I wanted to talk to Sunspear Scout, but then I remembered they would not, like... I mean, they'll give me the time of day in so much as they'll be like, you're here! Why are you here? Don't you have something more important to do than be here? Like, probably. Oof. Well, I'm glad the second one went better. Yeah, going through a dungeon at 60%. I was doing some quests, actually, here in Barbarous Shore, and I got absolutely wrecked by a Vow of Strength Dervish boss, and was sitting at like 60% for a bunch trying to take care of that. Whew. That was rough. So I know the feel of being like, really wish I wasn't at 60% right now. Let's see. Let's quest should be over this direction, I think. This is a really cool area. I wonder what this building was. I really like Istan, though. It's really neat. There's Kanyama. That's the person I need to talk to. So which dungeons did you do? Of course, they're using snares. They are water elementalists. It's hard not to. I don't know why you would go water magic without wanting to at least bring a snare. Natural stride. I really don't need some of my more defensive skills here. Okay, Catacombs of Thandrax. Okay, so you're off in Saknoth Valley then. Cool. There's the troublesome flamingos. Yeah, I haven't done a whole lot of the dungeons much. Probably something I should do some when I get to Eye of the North in my playthrough. There's so many beautiful flamingos in this area. Have you seen them? We let them eat the pink shrimp in the bogs, which gives them their bright color. They're normally fairly gentle. That's why we were so startled when they suddenly became aggressive. First, they chased poor Rollin out of the south field, and now they won't leave. They attack anyone who dares tread close, so you'd best steer clear unless, if you feel adventurous. I know the farmers would spare a few coins for anyone who could shoo the birds out of the field. Shoo is green. I have a sneaking suspicion that that's significant. Bird is the word. Bird's the word. Bird's the word. That's all I know of that song. Okay, well, bird's the word. Flamingoing? Going? Gone. That's the plan. They need to go this direction, I take it? Shoo. Aha. Shoo. / shoo. Oh, this is going to be... Troublesome is right. Okay, wait, what do I need to do for this? Shoo the flamingos out of Kanyama's south field. Okay, which direction am I shooing them? This is an important question. I can't properly shoo the flamingos away if I don't know which way to shoo them. Okay, let's just start by taking care of these scale and corsairs. That way I'm focused on one task at a time. Which in this case is shooing flamingos. It's going to make me think pigs are responsive and easy to deal with creatures after this, isn't it? It's a sneaking suspicion I'm getting, you know? Okay, Ridgeback scale. Get out of here. Give me them gold coins. Hey, a buried treasure. Don't mind if I loot it. I got a hypnotic scepter and 501 gold coins. Which is very nice. I like that mechanic. For those who don't know, Nightfall has this mechanic where there's like these lootable treasures. You can loot them like once a month or something. If you try to loot it again immediately, it will not be very good. There's some indication that you could like ruin them by doing that I remember them ArenaNet kind of implying. I don't know if that's actually the case, but versus they just take a while to recharge and you like refresh the recharge timer whenever you interact with it. So if you like interact with it too soon, you just kind of like make it not as very good. Probably is what happens, but It's this cool mechanic where you can get some gold and a rare thing by interacting with the... and when I say gold, like, that gave me 501 gold, so... by interacting with them, you can get stuff. I think it's a pretty neat mechanic to have. It rewards exploration in a way that I feel the standard chest system with locked keys and stuff doesn't. And I really like it, so... So there's a bunch kind of just spread out throughout the world. And you can get some nice stuff that way. Let's see. This is a Rec 9 Illusion Magic Scepter. Kind of like this one, except it's max instead of not max. Okay, it's memory, just like this one is. Interesting. And then I Am Sorrow. Well, this one's just distinctly worse. Unless I wanted to make a different memory thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really easy to not be aware of the mechanic. They are hidden, so... I don't know if I would have registered that it was anything significant. Oh, this feels like it's gonna be... tedious. Maybe once you shoe a flamingo, it kind of remains in a shoeable state? How does this work? What is the mechanics at play here? Like, it seems like I need to slash shoe, and then I get an aura of shoeing that makes the flamingos run from me? I am very confused. I don't know, it just told me to get them out of the south field, so... Go away, flamingos. One of the things that has surprised me about Nightfall is just how many quests there are. I've not, particularly Istan, really surprised me because I've not done all of the quests in Nightfall before. It's really cool to actually finally be doing it and seeing all of these side quests. Okay. This side of the South Fields, I suppose. Does this flamingo count? I suppose so. Activate Shoeing Aura. Okay, Ridgeback Scale, get out of here. Do I still have my shoeing aura? I still have my shoeing aura. Again, I have no idea what this mechanic even is. I assume I have to use slash shoe to make them actually run from me. Or at least that seems to be the case. But then they kind of continue to run from me after I've done that? Should I get a flamingo pet on this guy at some point? Okay, what's going on here? Oh my goodness, this quest is going crazy. It's going absolutely crazy. What's the triggers for this quest? How does this quest work? I don't even understand. I don't understand. Okay, well, whatever. I'm just going to try to push them in a line away from things. And maybe eventually I'll get the desired result, which is a completed quest, by the way. Has a weird little lag spike. Happens every now and then, though. Get out of here. Get out of here, Flamingo. Shoo. Don't. Okay, I need to be careful about this one. I don't want to shoo it into the field. That's the opposite of what I'm trying to accomplish. Okay, let's try to get these guys out of here, I guess. Also, it doesn't help that I don't entirely know what the south field is. Is it... I'm guessing it's this entire area, as opposed to some other field somewhere or something, but it is a little ambiguous of a phrase. And then we gotta shuffle some flamingo over here that I need to get rounded up. Okay, come on. Simple vector math. I stand on this side and you... Okay. Hooray! I have shooed them sufficiently to get my quest completed. Very strange quest. Okay, Kanyama. I have shooed the flamingos. What do you got for me? Excellent job, my friend. Those flamingos should be tamer now that you've scared some sense into them. We managed to rustle up a little something for you, as I promised. I still wonder what got those birds so spooked. You don't have a follow-up quest about it, eh? From leading the Sunspear war effort to shooting some flamingos. I know, right? Kenyama is my name. I enjoy the simple life of farming, the feeling of dirt running through my fingers. Though the Corsairs make my existence difficult at times, I feel safe in the shadow of the valiant Sunspears. Yeah, I mean, definitely these quests were meant to be done, you know, before you do consulate docs. But, whatever. I really want to fall back right now. Okay, well, let's go deal with this scale Lord Jerpa. Actually, let's take a quick look at... That's OBS. Yes, it is going. Thank you. Let's take a quick look at these quests here. Cyclone Palace. Okay, so that has... There's a whole chain going on here. Ward off again. Yeah, I remember that one. I'm just scanning through the quests right now to see... I think there's actually a number of people that I need to talk to here. I think I did those. Yes, those are not ones that this character is doing, but I've done them. Okay, that's all of those. A bunch in Commodon, but I would have done those ones already. Or at least seen them. One good turn deserves another. Oh, yeah, okay. I see. That's for another quest. Okay, so Kadlanu Hamlet. Looks like it has a couple more. And I think I've done these. Oh. Okay, I'm not sure if I've done this one. Okay, it looks like there's a couple of quests here around Matani that I probably haven't done. Oh. Huh. Okay. It looks like there is a, I see. It looks like there is a randomly available quest out in the Matani Keys, so that's a thing. should be another NPC around somewhere that I missed previously. I need to be reading some outposts descriptions, I've just realized. But apparently there's an NPC that has like a 1 in 20 chance of spawning with a quest out in Mittani Keys. So that's great. That's a thing. Hey, there's a familiar name. Jotaro Musagi. Remember, this is the guy that we helped rescue from some skull, Crimson Skull that he'd hired, that he wanted to go join or some random thing like that. I believe ahai is the appropriate greeting, yes? Well, ahai, Imrahil Argentum. I am Jotaro Musagi. I hail from the southwest, where the great island of Shingjie rests upon clear, cool shores. Kantha is home to the great Dragon Empire. What brings you to Istan? During my youth, which was not so long ago, actually, I sought great adventure and ran away from home. I traveled for a time with a band of pirates, but in time I got bored with that and set out for the lands in the south, where war raged between the Luxons and the Kurziks. I remember that. We encountered him on the Jade Sea. That's where I came upon the Jade Sea. I tell you, I'll never forget the first time I laid eyes on those sad waves, aching to crash, but forever caught in place by the hatred of a dying man. An interesting story, but it doesn't really answer my question. What brought you to the land of the Golden Sun? You see, by the time I reached Luxon territory, I sort of lacked the funds to continue my adventures. Luckily, I found employment with a group of researchers hunting for a sea monster. After a time, I got bored with the Xenos squad and struck out on my own again. I turned my back on the green glitter of the Jade Sea and journeyed to the lands of the Kurziks. And this led you to Ilona how? Well, during my travels among the great stone trees and shrines of the Kurzik people, I befriended one of the sons of House Lutgardis. We formed a partnership and dabbled in trade along the front lines of the war. It was an exciting time, but even so, I got bored with the business end of it all. Then a deal we had with the soldiers fighting in the Jade Quarry placed a few large slabs of jadeite in our hands. This jadeite had sea life still encased within. One of my mother's business contacts in Vabbi, yes, remember his mother was a keen businesswoman. Vabbi found some nobleman who was interested in the rare find. It was a perfect opportunity to get back on the road again. So I left my partner in charge and commissioned transport for myself and my jadeite to Ilona. You're still a long way from Vabbi, my friend. Yes, well, I was sailing for port at the Moon Fortress when my ship was waylaid by corsairs not far offshore from here. Having once been a pirate myself, I managed to convince them not to kill me. However, they tore holes in my ship and drowned my crew before setting me adrift in the sinking vessel. I woke on the beach, not far from here, my ship in ruins, upon the shoals and my jadeite strewn across the sand. I ran before the corsairs found the wreck and started pillaging. The people here have been very kind, giving me both food and shelter. I look forward to the day when I can repay them. So that explains why there is a Canthan shipping vessel with jadeite, I suppose, filled with fish, shattered on the coast with a bunch of corsairs near it, that we saw a while back. But that's a really interesting story. I like the... See, this is something that Nightfall is doing that I quite enjoy, where it's making a lot of callbacks to the previous game. And it kind of makes me wish that we could have had more campaigns to kind of see how they interweaved some of that stuff together. But, alas, 'tis not to be. So, a message home. I see you are a Sunspear, Imrahil Argentum. I entreat you to speak on my behalf to the Istani government. I am the son of a Canthan nobleman, and have found myself stranded on Istani soil. I wish to travel these lands, but apparently cannot do so without government permission. I beg of you, trusted Sunspear, go to Commandant and speak, and convince the clerk to grant the official diplomatic papers I need. If you do this, I will sing your praises to all I encounter as I travel throughout the slush island paradise. I often travel to Commandant. I will speak for you. Please, in the name of the 5 gods, no singing. Fascinating. Well, let's do this quest, eh? Oh, right next to Clerk Arlon. How very convenient. That's who I need to speak to. Hello, Clerk Arlon. Next, welcome to Istan. Diplomatic papers, eh? Tough job. Lots of paperwork. Great deal of red tape. It's no easy task to give someone diplomatic immunity, and as you can see, I'm already swamped with work from the Kourna and Vabbi delegations who arrived today. This quest obviously should have been done before consulate docks. I tell you what, if you can lighten my duties a bit, I might have time to help your friend. Let's see. Relieve the clerk of some of his duties so he can draft Jotaro's diplomatic papers. Let's see, there are several tasks you could do for me. This list of duties for the Sunspears performed during the Kourna and Vabbian visit must go to Captain Guder on the plains of Jaren for the large banquet, and at the end of the visit, we'll need a lot of fresh game. Elder Bellin in the Zelen Reach must be informed so he can start the hunts. Also, a Vabbian from the wilderness of Badza has requested to speak with some quarrymen on the cliffs of Dojak about their excavation tools. Ged can help you with that. Do these tasks for me, and I'll have those papers ready when you're done. I need those papers as soon as possible. Whatever's necessary, I'll do it. One good turn deserves another. Alright. Plains of Jaren. There's a lot of different places in the Plains of Jaren that this could be. So let's leave from here and find out which one in particular this one is. Ooh, what did I get? Ooh, purity. Disease and poison. Fascinating. And this is stalwart, half-digested boots. Doesn't require much for them to be worth more. I have too many monks with me. Too many monks. It was really funny when I came through here with Gerudo Senso and his Black Moa pet, and these guys all just absolutely fled in terror. Again, they've done a really nice job of connecting this game with the previous ones, particularly factions, and I think that's really, really cool. It makes the world feel a bit bigger and more connected, as I have more of it to have connected. Don't be afraid. Take a good, long look. That happened during a Corsair raid a few years back. I may not be able to fight on the front lines anymore, but somebody has to mentor you young cadets. In this case, it should be the young cadets. Guarding diplomats is such a pain in the rear. They're pompous, rude, and careless. I'm sure these duties will be handed out as punishments and lessons to some unruly cadets. Zelen Reach. I imagine the person's way up there, so actually I'm going to go from Draconer Diggings up that way. I have too many monks. Let's kick Dunkoro here. Let's just get Acolyte Jin back in. I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but I'm quite pleased to discover it did. So hooray. Yes, this can be sold. I need to process these at some point. Disease and poison duration decreased is not bad. It's not amazing either. Yeah, this guy is like, whoa, what are you doing out here? What in the world are you doing here? Charity work? You should be out handling more dangerous tasks, one worthy of your fame and experience. I enjoy some of those. Okay, is this where I think it is? Yeah, okay, it is absolutely just north of here. I think I'm going to try to avoid fighting enemies because it's just not worth it. Just ignore the scale. Just ignore them. Look, this is deeply unimportant. There's no reason to fight the scale. They're barely doing any damage. A lot of swamp flowers out here. Ooh, Iron-Tooth Drakes, on the other hand, are absolutely worth taking down just in case they drop chunks of drake flesh. Yes, yes. Well, I'm not so concerned about it that I'm going to actually fight that one. What's notable about this quest is that this can take you to a couple of other locations where you can find more quests. So that's nice. Specifically, there are a bunch of quests up here that I did back at one point in time, including the master quest of taking out the mime that had stolen these people's voices. Elder Bellin, I've got some news for some orders that you should have done already, like a long time ago, but I'm doing stuff out of order a little bit here. The flooded jungle may be dangerous, but what place isn't these days? Besides, I want to make these guys guard while I'm thinking about it. Besides, my clan would rather hunt than fish for our sustenance. Such a banquet will require a great deal of game of the highest quality, but we are always happy to hunt with a purpose. Stonecutter Ged on the cliffs of Dojak. I believe that's closest to Blacktide Den, so I'll leave from there. I can bring a few dudes with me, so why not? Here, Kim, round stuff out for me, would you? Ah, them good swamp noises. So much nostalgia. For the swamps in Hexen. Long time ago, those. Long time ago. Hey, it's the Wrinkle Monitors. And Cashel the Voracious. Yeah, that's what I thought over there. The Wrinkle Monitors are not a huge threat. I survived only because my heroes broke aggro. I got far enough away from them that they're like, oh, wait, we're not fighting this? Oh, okay. They do that after a bit. Oh, final sign of mystic wrath upon Maloney. And there's Stonecutter Ged. You know what? No, these guys can go down. I probably would one-shot them if I had a max damage spear, but I don't. I have 12 to 21. The max is 27. I might one-shot them anyway. Okay, Stonecutter Ged. It's not easy being a stonecutter. Between cave-ins and mandragore attacks, we hardly get any stone out of here at all anymore. So, there are actually Vabbians who are interested in doing more than lying about in luxury and counting their money. I'm intrigued by this Vabbian who doesn't shrink away from physical labor. Send him our way, and we'll give him an audience. See Clerk Arlon for my reward. Yes. Just pretend that I did these before consulate docs. Doesn't make any sense to be doing them now. Narratively speaking. Need to get Jin some runes. Clerk Arlon. Ah, excellent timing. I just got back the approvals for Jotaro's status as an ambassador. Here are his official papers, and since he worked so hard to get these, here's a little something for you as well. And you gave me official papers. Hooray. They are official. Now that I know I can trust you to handle a task, I have a job to offer you. It's cushy and pays well. I can see you're interested. All you need to do is escort a small group of Vabbian nobles on a hike through Zelon Reach. They absolutely insist on taking a closer look at the real Istani countryside, no matter how dangerous I tell them the area can be. Accompany them on their little expedition, and I'll reward you handsomely, with 500 experience and 50 gold. Sure. Where are they leaving from, though? This is kind of an important question. I feel like this has got to be a relatively easy quest considering what it rewards, but I don't know. We'll find out. Man, I want some more elite skills. Oh well. I'll get more later. Now I kind of want to finish up stuff here. Nobleman Imrah and some Vabbian nobles. Well, we are trying to get in favor with the Vabbians. Although theoretically this would have been done before, but whatever. Done earlier. I'm excited about seeing more of this picturesque province. Some of its charm almost rivals Vabbi, if only it weren't so primitive. Wow, real Sunspears! This will be a real treat for us all. Shall we get started? Yes, we shall get started. On their tour of Zelon Reach. I can use my moonwalking technique. It's not actually moonwalking. I'm just walking backwards. But because I have the camera backwards, it looks all funky. Great. It also makes me slower, so I don't get as far ahead of them. Which is the real reason why I'm doing it. Look at our picturesque ruins. Aren't they picturesque? I just took a picture of them. That's how you know they're picturesque. I hope you don't mind getting your feet wet. 'Cause that's what's going on over here. Just lead them around? Do they not say anything? I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Bluntly. But I do know I have enough dust for one more headpiece. I want another headpiece. Which I kind of do. Let's see, I put this minor spear mastery there, yeah. I kind of have an idea for like 5 headpieces. But anyway. Get out of here, Grub Lance. Get out of here, Bladed Termite. Welcome to the broad open reaches of dry land in Zelon Reach. That was it? That was their sightseeing tour. And now they go down to the cliffs of Dojok, I guess? Well, no wonder that was, like, no reward whatsoever. That was a terminably easy quest. I don't know how early we're supposed to find Jotaro Masagi, but I feel like that was extremely underwhelming. Bye! Okay, well, let's go visit Clerk Arlen, I guess, and let him know that, the Vabbian delegation that was here several days ago / a week ago is fine? I'm not actually sure where we are timeline-wise. Very nice. You thoroughly impressed those Vabbian nobles. I wouldn't be surprised if they asked for your assistance again. That's right, Imrahil Argentum. I have another job for you. Remember those Vabbian noblemen you dragged all over the Zelon Reach? All over's a bit strong. But yes, I remember them. Well, they're planning another outing, and specifically requested you to accompany them. This time, those loonies want to see the Sunspear Crypt in Latenda Bog. When I told them how dangerous such a trip would be, it only made them more excited. As before, their vast diplomatic budget will pay your expenses. Are you interested? You pay, I'll guard. Latenda Bog, you said. What a strange quest chain. I want to go do some of the stuff in Kodlanu Hamlet, and then I'll go back to leading them around. Okay, first steps first. Jotaro Musagi. Congratulations, you're a Canthan ambassador now. somehow. Jotaro! Please take this. Oh, wonderful. And so quickly. My friend, I will not ask what you had to do to get these papers for me. I will only rejoice for having such a trustworthy and honorable friend in this new place. If you have the time, someday I would love to tell you of the wonders I have seen. Okay, well, we did that quest for him, and it launched another quest chain entirely, which is kind of an interesting idea. I actually quite like that idea, where, like, we have a simple quest for Jotaro Musagi. Or Jotaro? I don't know. Musagi there. But, like, doing that quest requires us to go start another quest chain, which I think is really, really cool. I like that design. Anyway, there's apparently an NPC that can spawn here, like, 1 in 20 times. I maybe will try to do that one, but, like, mechanically that's kind of obnoxious. We'll at least check for it. Just to see if I can get it. I need the Cyclone Palace. And I really need a speed buff. I'm not sure how close you need to get to be able to see this, if there's NPCs here or not. Should be a ghost that sometimes spawns down this way somewhere. From what I understand. It'd be easy to ignore if I had incoming and fallback to chain, but alas, I do not. There's some Istani cultists that are dancing over there. So that's interesting. Yeah, I believe I would have seen the quest NPC by now if they were here. As far as I understand any of this anyway. Here's a flamingo. I really do love how beautiful the keys are. They're a lovely area. Ooh, some iron-toothed drakes. Yes, I don't mind taking those down. I might get chunks of drake flesh. And those I have quite a bit of use for. And other characters at other times. Well, no chunks of drake flesh from them. Again, drake kebabs are an important part of a balanced picnic, so I always like to see if I can get some. Not that I often do, but, you know. I think you could probably farm these guys pretty easily if you wanted to on a level 20. It's probably a better place to do it than the other places I've gone. Although the best one is to take that one quest on like a dervish. That makes like a bunch spawn just outside Jockenar Diggings. Well, I have found the Scale Lord Jerpa. Time to go crash this party. This is where I'm kind of relying on Milani and Acolyte Jin to do a lot of heavy lifting for me. Oh, a lot of these are like level 4. That's not so scary then. Give me these. Mostly just using my elite for energy at this point. Drakes on the Plain isn't Kourna. I was talking about scale here. Well, I was talking about Iron-Tooth Drakes. There's a couple of groups of them. But there's a quest that makes Drakes... makes like a group of like 5... Iron-Tooth Drakes spawn in... just outside Jockener Diggings. Which is what I was talking about. Which is a useful... potentially an easier quest to try to farm chunks of Drake flesh with. Get out of here, Scale Lord Drippa. Good. We've routed the scale. Most excellent. Now, there is another person here who I believe has some quests as well. Let me see if I can confirm where that's at, though, so I'm not running around all over the place. Do. Given at the Matani Keys. Yeah, okay. Okay. So there's there's mutually exclusive quest chain here, it looks like. There's that, and then this. Oh, interesting. So I need to talk to a Churlan. Ah, right. Okay, I have done so. So this is a kind of the north. Yeah, just like straight north. Let's just go north. Quest given by the little boy where you need to follow for clues. Places Matani Keys. I'm not sure. I have collected a bunch of shells. Let's get these half-digested boots. Oh, here's some more Iron-Tooth Drakes. I don't specifically recall offhand. I don't recall seeing any additional quests when I was just in Zallen Reach, but it's possible I missed something. I remember a quest where I had to kill, like, do the starting to the scale chain, but. But these Corsairs go down very easily. Oh, no, yeah, I don't have access to that one yet. Or rather, I get access to that one as a follow-up to the Cyclone Palace, from what I saw on the wiki discussing these quests, trying to figure out which ones I haven't done yet. There's Saku. Yeah. I saw that it was a follow-up, but apparently you need to do Cyclone Palace first. I'm probably going to be wrapping up fairly soon, though. Kind of getting towards the end of my streaming time. Yeah, there's Zaga. Hey, another chunk of Drake flesh. Most excellent. And delicious, apparently. Okay, well that seems to have cleared out all this stuff here, so that's good. Getting some nice damage in on these guys here. There we go. Hello, smugglers. Okay, they don't seem very particularly interactive. Zaga, you have a name. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Who are you, and what do you want? Is this the place that needs folks for a job? A job? What job? Who sent you? Ketma sent me. So, Ketma sent you my way, huh? Well, let's get you set up with the men. Should be a quick and easy job as long as things go smoothly. Money on the side or loyal till the end. I think I'm going to do this one. This gives you some Sunspear promotion points, but less money. Now is your chance to prove yourself a loyal Sunspear. Ah, this is not him saying. Now is your chance to prove yourself a loyal Sunspear. Infiltrate Zaga's gang and follow him to the rendezvous. When you get there, use the advantage of surprise to break up the deal and bring the smugglers some Sunspear justice. It's your choice. Remain loyal to the Sunspear cause, or go along with Zaga's gang and make some money on the side. I will remain loyal to the cause and break up this evil smuggling ring. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. So those are your choices. Interesting that they give you a little bit of a choice here. One gives you more money. Specifically, money on the side gives you a reward of only 500 experience and 200 gold. But 200 gold is not what I'd consider a substantial sum of money. It's not insignificant, I suppose, but it's not substantial. And this gives me 1,000 more experience and 15 Sunspear promotion points, so... Excuse me, we seem to be attacked suddenly by scale and corsairs and things. I should actually, now that I have Sickness of Capture, I should consider seeing what skills bosses out in these areas have that I may want to capture from them. What? No, I'm not running all that way for 27 gold coins. So many scale. Not that they're particularly threatening. Enough banter, Zaga. Let's talk prices. That's enough out of both of you, scum. In the name of the Sunspears, I'm here to bring you to justice. Crippled. That's what's going on here. And Saku. You don't get to escape justice just because I wasn't standing next to you. Or your smuggling thugs. Get out of here, smuggler Blackhand. There we go. I can see Trilin for my reward. I can see Elder Jordu for my reward. Well, let's talk to Jordu first. Who's over here and likes to blend into the scenery. With the leader of the Scale army destroyed, I don't think we'll need to worry about them for a very long time. Well done, Imrahil Argentum. We are forever in your debt. Now I should be able to get double dog dare. Let's be a Great Hall. Yes, my party is too large, and I am aware of that. Okay, Trilin. I got some good news for you. Smuggling rings are old business now. Wow, you took care of the smugglers on your own? Now that's a true Sunspear. Bravery at its finest. You're welcome, Trilin. Okay, we got some dudes who want to go to Latunda Bog, and I've got a quest to get off of a kid somewhere. But I think I've done enough questing for one day. I will probably clear out my inventory here. Some cloth bolts, some tan hide squares, a wood plank. Yep. A singular wooden plank. Okay, whatever. I'll worry about the rest of this stuff later. For now, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up. By later, I mean probably next stream. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up. So next time, I will continue doing stuff. And next time is tomorrow, because it's Wednesday, which is the day that I also stream, as you do. So I will be back to tomorrow for the next stream, continuing this adventure through Nightfall, trying to do a bunch of quests. Not sure about the one that has a 1 in 20 chance of spawning in Matani Keys. That one seems a bit ridiculous to get. Perhaps we'll go for it later when I have some run speed buffs to shorten that trip. But for now, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap stuff up. So thank you all very much for watching. You can always leave a follow to get notified when I go live next. You can check out the schedule in the schedule-y tabby thing that Twitch has, or in the panels down below, and other links in the panels and all of that good stuff. And as always, take care, everyone, and goodbye.